Chapter 2268. One Person Suppressing the Divine Race. Chapter 2268. One Person Suppressing the Divine Race. Why, Your Excellency? Why are you here? When Ning Tianping opened his eyes and saw Yi Yuan, he was incomparably surprised. He was about to struggle and get up, but Yi Yuan hurriedly held him down and said sternly, "Lie down properly. Don't move." Ning Tianping just woke up. The injuries on his body were still far from well. This time, Ning Tianping was severely injured and was only hanging in there with one breath. It was naturally impossible to get well quickly. When he saw Rong Xie, Ning Tianping realized what happened very soon. Ning Tianping's expression dimmed and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, I've caused trouble for you." He came to take revenge for his master this time. Who knew that he burrowed into the Death Soul Gate's sphere of influence all of a sudden? Mo Li Fei also got killed in order to protect him. After he was captured by Rong Xie, he was grilled endlessly. They wanted to dig out more information about Yi Yuan, but he did not say a single word. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's good that you're fine. Now let's avenge grievances if there are any, and take revenge if there are grudges." Suddenly, Ning Tianping discovered Rong Xie by the side. This shock was by no means trivial. "Your Excellency, she's of the divine race. This place is the divine race's hidden lineage's small world. You don't need to worry, they are very busy right now," Yi Yuan said coolly. While talking, the front door of the medicinal hut was pushed open. Ru Feng walked in with a grim expression. Clearly, he had bustled around for the greater part of a day and finally controlled the spread of the poison. He expended a Herculean effort and completely froze the entire hidden lineage's heaven and earth spiritual energy. That was how he controlled and curbed the poison's infectiousness ability. Apart from this, he had no other way. It was just that like this could only treat the symptoms and not the root. In the end, he could only beg Yi Yuan. Only after this struggle did Ru Feng realize how terrifying this poison was. In just a short while, the speed of the poison spread far exceeded his expectations. Even though the divine race was few in population, the hidden lineage had gone through countless years of ACCU mutilation. There were still a considerable number of divine race powerhouses residing in this small world. His reaction was already very fast, but there were still thousands of clan members who died. Powerhouses whose strength reached 7 marks heavenly Tao realm could barely manage to hang in there and not die. But they could not hold on for too long either. As for 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, even though the poison could not kill them, they would probably have to spend the remainder of their lives with this poison. The vast majority of their energy would have to be put on suppressing the toxicity. This poison was too fierce. "Boy, hand over the antidote," Ru Feng said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Is this your attitude of pleading with people? If I were to give you the antidote, wouldn't it make me seem very lowly?" Ru Feng discovered that this boy was like a hedgehog, unable to chomp down at all. The hidden lineage had lived in seclusion here for countless years and had always been calm and tranquil. But this punk came for less than a day and turned the entire hidden lineage upside down. The crux was that he could not even do anything to this guy. How aggravating! Although killing Yi Yuan was easy, once this toxicity spread, the entire small world would probably become a death zone. At that time, there could only be them, these high-level 8 marks heavenly Tao realms, remaining. Ru Feng gritted his teeth, his tone finally turning gentle as he said, "Young friend Yi, this little friend's matter, we're very sorry. After this matter passes, I'll definitely think of ways to compensate you. Please hand the antidote to me." When he said this, he wished to give himself 2 tight slap. Who was he? One of the hidden lineage's 9 elders. How revered was his status? He was actually being so soft-spoken and submissive towards a human. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Tone is still a little curt, but it can already sink in. However, you're not qualified enough yet." Ru Feng's face changed and he said in a chilly voice, "Boy, don't you reach for a yard after taking an inch." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Have head elder come, he's barely qualified enough." Ru Feng's expression changed wildly and he said in alarm and anger, "How exalted is head elder's status? It's impossible for him to come and apologize to you." Yi Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, "Then you can kill me right now. With these tens of millions of divine race members being buried with me, it will be a break-even situation for us brothers. Also, you can rest a.s. short about one thing, you definitely won't find the antidote on my body." Several tens of millions of divine race members sounded like a lot, but when compared to the human race and demon race, it was a single hair strand from 9 oxen. Ru Feng wished to pounce forward and choke this guy to death. How much effort did their hidden lineage expend before ACCU? Mulating this bit of AS sets. Yi Yuan killed all of them with poison in one go. Of course, there was still one way, which was total migration. But right now, at this juncture, the human race's major powers were already waiting for a chance to cause trouble. Such a large-scale migration, there was no way to avoid their eyes and ears at all. At that time, it was still the outcome of death. Before this, Ru Feng completely would not have thought that the exalted divine race would actually have to lower their heads to a human. Humans should prostrate at their feet. Ru Feng's face flickered indeterminately. Suddenly, he gave a cold snort, turned around, and left. By the side, Rong Xie and Ning Tianping were long already dumbstruck with amazement. Such a supreme powerhouse did not even dare to let out a fart in front of Yi Yuan. Too terrifying. Ning Tianping thought that he was dead for sure this time. Who knew that the moment His Excellency came, he directly suppressed their entire divine race until they lowered their heads. Barring no accidents, head elders still had to come personally. Otherwise, if these tens of millions of divine race members died out, these heavenly emperors, would become lone generals without an army. But just as Ru Feng went to find head elder, Uncle Song detained Li Zhaoqing over. When Ning Tianping saw Li Zhaoqing, his 2 eyes spewed fire. Li Zhaoqing's complexion was ashen. When he saw Rong Xie, it was like he saw a straw to clutch at, directly hugging her leg and sobbing bitterly, "Holy daughter, save me! This lowly one has served the Death Soul Gate for several 100,000 years and made meritorious service in work. You can't leave me in the lurch." Li Zhaoqing completely did not know about whatever divine race. Rong Xie's ident. 1. Tai on the surface was the Death Soul Gate's holy daughter. Rong Xie smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I'm not saving you, but I can't even fend for myself right now. You hope for the best." After talking, she turned toward Yi Yuan. A cold light flashed. Yi Yuan sliced off a corner of the table. The sword moved like the wind, forming the appearance of a memorial tablet very soon. It was only to see his fingers move slightly and actually inscribed words onto the memorial tablet out of thin air. Finished carving, he placed the memorial tablet on the table and said to Li Zhaoqing, "Kneel down." Li Zhaoqing's face changed and looked towards the memorial tablet, only to see deceased master, Mo Li Fei's memorial tablet on it. Li Zhaoqing's entire person felt dizzy. He did not understand. It was just dealing with a brat who just entered the Empyrean realm. Why was he captured without rhyme or reason? Could it be that the powerful Death Soul Gate was actually scared of an Empyrean realm brat? Just the Death Soul Gate's heavenly emperor powerhouses were as many as more than a dozen. Thud. Li Zhaoqing did not have the least bit of hesitation, directly kneeling down. "Kowtow and offer an apology," Yi Yuan said coldly, his words carrying a prestige that allowed no doubt. "Why, Your Excellency, spare my life. I'll kowtow. I'll kowtow. Brother Mo, I was acting under orders. It really had nothing to do with me." As he said, Li Zhaoqing kowtowed frantically toward the memorial tablet without ceasing. Ning Tianping felt touched in his heart. If not for his excellency, it would have been impossible for him to take revenge in this lifetime, right? Chapter 2269. I want a lucky chance. Chapter 2269. I want a lucky chance. Hidden Lineage's head elder, Ji Ling, requests an audience with young friend Yi Yuan. Li Zhaoqing was currently kowtowing when a H-O-A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Even though the person outside the door did not deliberately give off pressure, Li Zhaoqing could detect that the two auras outside were powerful to the extreme. This kind of existence was close to heavenly Tao. How could such characters be so respectful toward an Empyrean? Not daring to even directly enter? Just who was this young man in front of him? Li Zhaoqing suddenly discovered that he provoked an extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, all his hopes were dashed to pieces. He knew that he probably would not survive this time. Come in. Yi Yuan sat up straight and said coolly. An old man in white robes pushed the door and entered, his body emitting an aura that made people's hair stand on end. A peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm existence did not need to intentionally go and show anything and would have an imposing momentum close to heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan was deeply aware of the divine race's might. Peak existences like Ji Ling and Ru Feng were probably what even one or two human Deva first blight powerhouses could be a match for. However, the human race's powerhouses were too many. One could not beat, two could not beat, I could beat with 50, right? That was right, the number of heavenly emperors was indeed extremely few with regards to the entire human race. But the human race's numbers were put there. Even if a heavenly emperor emerged out of 1 billion people, the number of heavenly emperors was also not what the divine race could compare to. Ji Ling entered the door and gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said, Young friend Yi, the matter this time, it was my divine race that has affronted you. We're willing to compensate. We only request young friend Yi to lift your hand high up in mercy and hand the antidote to us. Li Zhaoqing's eyes went wide. At this time, with Ji Ling standing in front of him, the aura exuding off of his body virtually made him unable to lift his head. He was incomparably sure in his heart that this old man must be a late-stage heavenly emperor terrifying existence. But such a powerhouse actually paid such solemn respects to an Empyrean, extending a formal apology. This scene seriously subverted his worldview too much. When could Empyreans be awesome to such a degree? Yi Yuan gave Ji Ling a glance and said coolly, Oh? Wonder what head elder will use to compensate? Ji Ling clearly came prepared, saying, My hidden lineage has also stored some heavenly emperor spirit treasures these few years. If young friend Yi takes fancy on them, you can freely choose. Additional, cultivation method, spirit medicines, divine essence stones, we can give compensation. Li Zhaoqing drew a cold breath. How great an enmity was this, to actually use heavenly emperor spirit treasures to pay it off? Furthermore, it was to be freely picked. When did heavenly emperor spirit treasures become so worthless? How could he know that the hidden lineage had lurked in the heavenspan world for a full epoch? The human powerhouses that they killed numbered G.O.D. knows how many. Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasures this sort of thing, there was naturally quite a number ACCU, Mulat. Not enough. Yi Yuan was expressionless and just lightly spat out 2 words. Ji Ling's brows furrowed and he said, Young friend Yi, this old man examined my conscience and felt that I'm already very sincere. Could it be that you're really going to force mutual destruction? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Your divine race's life is life. My brother's life isn't a life? Ji Ling said, But he didn't die. Yi Yuan said, But his master died. Ji Ling was very disdainful in his heart. How could a lowly ant be mentioned in the same breath with the N.O.B.L.Y. divine race? But now, he really had no way about it. This poison, he could not cure it. Ji Ling said, What the H.E.L.I. do you want? Yi Yuan said coolly, I want a lucky chance. Ji Ling frowned and said, The divine race's lucky chances, you can't force it. Yi Yuan said, that doesn't need head elder to worry about. Also, don't keep on having a high and mighty appearance. What your divine race cultivates is heavenly Tao. What my human race cultivates is also heavenly Tao. Moreover, in my eyes, your divine race is also nothing impressive. At least in front of me, you all don't have the capital to be high and mighty. Yi Yuan's words did not save the slightest bit of face. Ji Ling and Ru Feng's faces were both very ugly. But they could not find a word to refute it. A human Empyrean could jump over a major realm and defeat the divine race's 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. What qualifications did they have to consider themselves superior in front of Yi Yuan? Ji Ling's brows furrowed even tighter. Pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "Fine, this old man promises you. Now you can hand over the antidote, right?" Yi Yuan did not say another word, taking out a bunch of powder from spirit medicines from his storage ring. Then, his fingers moved slightly. An incomparably complex array formation formed very quickly. Ji Ling's pupils constricted. This kind of inconceivable array formation, it was still his first time seeing. Below the array formation, a medicinal pill condensed and formed very quickly. Dissolve this medicinal pill in water, and let those who are poisoned drink it. It will be able to suppress the toxicity and won't spread anymore, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ji Ling's brows furrowed and he said, "Suppress the toxicity? What this old man wants is the antidote." Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Does head elder take me to be a fool? Curing the poison now, can I still walk out of here? Oh, forgot to tell you, the time that this medicinal pill can last is only 1 month. 1 month later, the toxicity will erupt once more. No need to be anxious. What I have is time. I'll be a guest here for a period of time." Ji Ling and Ru Feng almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This brat was still continuing to stay and not leaving? They had lived for countless tens of thousands of years. It was still their first time seeing someone who dared to be so arrogant in the divine clan. Yet, Yi Yuan had this confidence. These 2 people did not dare to dawdle either, immediately bringing the medicinal pill and going to resolve the poison. At this time, monstrous waves already stirred up in Li Zhaoqing's heart. Divine race. What race was this? Never heard before. But he seemed to have been this race's lackey these few years. He suddenly turned to Rong Xie and questioned, "You guys? Who the hell are you all?" Rong Xie was expressionless as she said, "Don't you already know? We're of the divine race. The supreme divine race. In the future, we'll also be the divine race that destroys your human race." Li Zhaoqing's complexion was ashen, seemingly seeing a huge conspiracy. "Why, Your Excellency, I didn't know anything. It was all of them. Everything was all instigated by them." Li Zhaoqing repeatedly kowtowed toward Yi Yuan and complained tearfully. Yi Yuan was expressionless as he said coolly, "Is that so? While they are the ringleaders, have you never committed crimes before? These several hundreds of thousands of years, how many people have died at your hands? Mo Li Fei's entire family died at your hands. Even my brother almost died at your hands. Do you feel that you're not guilty?" Yi Yuan enunciated each word, directly announcing Li Zhaoqing's death sentence. He drew a long sword and paused, set it to Ning Tianping's hand, and then he said coolly, "Your master's grudge, you avenge it." After he finished talking, his palm pushed out. An incomparably powerful strength transmitted into Ning Tianping's body. Ning Tianping's essence, energy, and spirit immediately recovered a lot and could already barely manage to stand up. He took over the sword from Yi Yuan's hand and walked over toward Li Zhaoqing. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Li Zhaoqing's gaze, and his figure suddenly erupted, charging towards Ning Tianping. "Even if I die, you'll also have to be buried with me." A hint of smugness flashed across the corners of Li Zhaoqing's mouth. He was too close to Ning Tianping, the others did not have time to save at all. Immobilize. However, Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Li Zhaoqing seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, and froze in midair just like that, unable to move a muscle anymore. His gaze revealed an extremely shocked look, doing his best to shake off this constraint. But everything was to no avail. With Yi Yuan's strength, casting time freeze on him, he would not be able to move even the slightest for half a day. Ning Tianping limped over just like that, arriving in front of him. Chapter 2270. Heavenly Tao Incarnation. Chapter 2270. Heavenly Tao Incarnation. Ning Tianping placed Li Zhaoqing's head beside the memorial tablet and knelt down. Master in heaven, your disciple Ning Tianping personally killed the enemy, and have finally avenged you. If your spirit is in heaven, you can rest in peace. After talking, Ning Tianping kowtowed 3 times solemnly. For so many years, Mo Li Fei treated Ning Tianping like a son. Ning Tianping's feelings toward him, it was second only to his feelings toward Yi Yuan. This time, the impact of Mo Li Fei's death was tremendous to Ning Tianping. However, the Yi Yuan by the side, his eyes flashed. He sensed that kind of fluctuation again. This fluctuation was intangible and formless, but was exactly the same as his father back then. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Mo Li Fei's soul had clearly already disintegrated. Right now, a hint of undulation was actually produced above his memorial tablet. This undulation made him even more certain that the last time was not a hallucination. But the others present were completely oblivious. Ning Tianping finished kowtowing and kowtowed to Yi Yuan as he said, "Tianping thanks your excellency for granting my Wisconsin H. Plus, Yi Yuan received it calmly and said, I'll naturally let you fulfill your filial piety. Alright, lie down. Your injuries are very severe and need around half a month before you can recover." Ning Tianping nodded his head and carefully put away Mo Li Fei's memorial tablet and lay down once more. Half a month later, under Yi Yuan's meticulous treatment, he finally recovered completely. Then, Yi Yuan ransacked the hidden lineage's medicinal stores under Ru Feng's company. Watching Yi Yuan push one stock of incomparably precious spirit medicine after another into his storage ring, the muscles on Ru Feng's face were twitching. These spirit medicines, the hidden lineage had collected them for no idea how many years. Many of them were even close to extinct. Boy, that's enough. The spirit medicines that you're currently taking have already virtually emptied out a Bodhidharma, Ru Feng said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan turned to look at him, smiled broadly, and collected the whole stretch with a whoosh. It turned out that he was just picking and collecting. Now, he directly collected in piles. This was terrifying. Ru Feng's expression choked up and almost could not resist smacking Yi Yuan to death with one slap. Ru Feng endured his anger and said, "See, consider yourself ruthless." Finished scouring the spirit medicines, Yi Yuan arrived at the treasure vault to choose Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. Yi Yuan picked 13 swords in one go, leaving 12 for himself and gave one to Ning Tianping. With 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures added to the sword formation, the power of the sword formation would be even stronger. This time, Ru Feng became wiser. Even though his heart was still dripping blood, he endured all the way without speaking. Otherwise, this punk might move the entire treasure vault away. In addition, Yi Yuan even collected a large batch of divine essence stones. Other people's things, not taking would be wasted. As for cultivation methods, martial techniques, and whatnot, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at all. These things already did not have any meaning to him. In the end, Ru Feng brought Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping and arrived at the hidden lineage's sacred ground. Entering the sacred ground, an incomparably sacred aura hit them head-on. On an open field, 8 enormous mountain-like stalwart statues of gods stood toweringly. This holy aura emitted off of the divine statues. When Ning Tianping saw these 8 divine statues, he actually knelt down involuntarily. Yi Yuan pushed his palm out, a surge of aura suddenly fired out, supporting Ning Tianping up from under. Ning Tianping felt ashamed and said, "Your Excellency, such strong heavenly Tao aura." But by the side, Ru Feng's pupils constricted. These 8 divine statues were God-like existences. Even if it was the divine race, the first time entering here to receive the baptism of Gods, they would also be brought to their knees by the aura of Tao. But Yi Yuan was not only completely fine, he even helped Ning Tianping overcome this psychology effortlessly. This guy's comprehension towards Tao already reached an extremely deep level. Ru Feng thought so in his heart. But he did not know that Tanic waves similarly surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The aura on these Gods bodies was actually extremely similar to the lesser heaven-span mountain. Even though the aura of these Gods were far less profound than the lesser heaven-span mountain, Yi Yuan could be sure that it was the same kind of aura. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering something that possessed the same kind of aura as the lesser heaven-span mountain. What was the origin of these idols? These 8 divine statues are the incarnations of heavenly Tao. In the last epoch, they had once imparted Tao to the divine race's 8 progenitors. Later, the 8 progenitors attained Tao. They took materials from the heaven-span mountain and carved the incarnations of heavenly Tao. Each divine race member has to undergo the baptism of these 8 divine status before they can become official divine race members. This is my divine race's Tao. You can't comprehend it, Ru Feng said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan swept his gaze past and discovered that many divine race powerhouses were all comprehending Tao under the statues. The divine race cultivated heavenly Tao. It turns out that it came from this divine race's 8 progenitors. Could Daimeld be one of them? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Ru Feng's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, You've seen before progenitor Daimeld? Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not expect that this Daimeld's background was actually so great. He nodded his head and said, "That's right, he was suppressed in SHI+NRA Ghost Region's Azura Blood Sea, and just broke through the barrier and came out not long ago." The moment Ru Feng heard, he could not help saying joyfully, "Ha ha ha! The progenitor coming into being, our divine race's revival is nigh at hand. Gratifying, celebratory. Such a joyous occasion, I have to quickly tell head elder." Yi Yuan's expression was strange as he said, "What are you happy about?" After he came into being, he was seriously wounded by a Tao artifact and also had an arm severed by me. Right now, he's hiding at G. O. D knows where to recover his strength. What? You severed one of progenitor Daimeld's arms? That isn't possible, Ru Feng said in alarm and anger. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If he was at his prime, it's naturally impossible. But if he's in the same realm as me?" Ru Feng's expression turned stiff, his complexion ashen. Yeah, this boy was too monstrous. Invincible in the same realm was not said for fun. Ancestor being suppressed for an epoch, his strength had long been pretty much worn down. After coming into being, he was also seriously injured by a Tao artifact. How much strength was there to still fight with Yi Yuan? If Yi Yuan was an ordinary Empyrean realm, even if Ancestor only had Empyrean realm strength, he could casually need him too. Yet Yi Yuan's combat power was 100 times more daunting than divine race members of the same realm. Ancestor suffering a big loss did not seem hard to understand. Yi Yuan looked at the 8 idols, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of amuse. ENT, and he said smilingly, "Heavenly Tao incarnation, interesting. Wonder when I can witness a true heavenly Tao incarnation." Tianping, you go and comprehend the 8 statues. How much you can comprehend count. Ru Feng smiled coldly and said, "The legacy of the 8 divine statues, only humans whose souls and flesh fused into one can receive it. If he goes and comprehends them, he'll be directly crushed by the statue's heavenly Tao pressure." Ning Tianping himself also felt the powerful pressure and said with a bitter smile, "Your Excellency, I'm afraid that I can't." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Scared of what? I'll protect you. This is what the divine race owes you. Since it's given to you, grasp it well." When Ning Tianping heard that, he immediately mustered up the courage and said with a nod, "Yes, Your Excellency." Done talking, he walked over toward the divine statues with large strides. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, seemingly sensing the 8 divine statues coming to life. Their gazes were all focused on him. A terrifying heavenly Tao aura suddenly descended. Chapter 2271. Keeping Watch. Chapter 2271. Keeping Watch. The 8 idols seemed to be spiritually linked. They were clearly all dead objects, but they gave people a feeling of being almost lifelike. The moment their gazes looked over, it was like the world looked over. Ning Tianping's mind shook heavily and he spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood with a cough. But right at this time, a gentle aura hit from behind, enveloping him inside. Ning Tianping looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and discovered that Yi Yuan was cool as a cucumber. It was as if nothing had happened. You just need to comprehend it. You don't need to care about other things. No matter how strong they are, they can't hurt you either, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Tianping nodded slightly, relaxed his mind, and started comprehending the Tao. But the Tao was not so easy to comprehend. Ning Tianping's strength had long already surpassed, as said all others among peers. But he did not tread out his own path. Only those who attained Tao could reach the apex. But wanting to take this step was arduously difficult. Ning Tianping's talent was decent, but he was only born in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. If it was the normal trajectory, he would at most merely be Celestial Deity Realm. Now, breaking through to become an Empyrean, rather than say that it was because of Mo Li Fei's devoted teaching, might as well say that it was because of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. It was Yi Yuan's medicinal pills that cleansed his marrows, causing him to continuously surpass his limits. But to tread out one's own path was not that easy. The Tao could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended his own Tao, he was unable to tell the people around him and let them gain enlightenment on Tao too. But these 8 idols possessed the same aura as the lesser heaven-span mountain. It was just that they were also not as unfathomable as the lesser heaven-span mountain. To Ning Tianping, this was the best place to gain enlightenment on Tao. Of course, based on his own strength, it was totally impossible to gain enlightenment on Tao. This was the Tao that the divine race's 8 great progenitors tailor-made for the divine race. The bodies of humans were unable to withstand it at all. But Yi Yuan could borrow the power of the lesser heaven-span mountain and help Ning Tianping neutralize a portion of the power, letting him gain enlightenment on Tao in a peaceful environment. The Tao lies in the heart. Follow your own heart. The setbacks that you've encountered in your life are too few. Experiencing life and death this time is precisely the time for great enlightenment. Open up your heart and accept your inner self, and find the great Tao that belongs to you. Yi Yuan's words reverberated in Ning Tianping's ears. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, his eyes gradually becoming brilliant. Gradually, his entire mind and body relaxed, quietly accepting the baptism of Tao. Originally, this was the most dangerous step. How great was the power of Tao? How could it be what ordinary people could endure? Once the Tao heart collapsed, all the cultivation would be forfeited entirely. But Yi Yuan helped him to withstand the vast majority of the impact force. He could comprehend his own Tao very comfortably. By the side, Ru Feng's heart shook wildly. This boy actually doesn't fear the divine race imprint amidst the great Tao. How did he do it? Also, his Tao has already gone so far? I'm afraid that even ordinary heavenly emperors haven't gone as far as him. Freak, truly a freak. How could such a freak appear in the human race? A hint of killing intent flashed across in Ru Feng's eyes. At this very moment, he had an impulse to finish Yi Yuan off. The threat that Yi Yuan brought to him was too strong. Someone like Yi Yuan being born in the opponent's camp truly made people feel too dangerous. But thinking about it, he still suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He could kill Yi Yuan, but in return, it would cause tens of millions of hidden lineage clan members to be buried in death. This transaction was too not worthwhile. The divine race was about to come into being. The era of great struggle was about to arrive. These were all the divine race's backbone combat power. At this time, Ning Tianping walked in front of the first idol and sat down cross-legged. Yi Yuan smiled knowingly and secretly nodded. Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. The events this time helped Ning Tianping achieve his aim instead, making him have a great awakening. Mo Lifei's death let Ning Tianping suffer an unprecedented blow but also helped him. Ning Tianping already entered the state and could take the first step of Tao enlightenment very soon. All things were difficult before they were easy. The comprehension of Tao, the first step of entering Tao, was the most difficult. Many people were unable to take this step in their entire lives. Mo Lifei, you can rest in peace, Yi Yuan said in his heart. Only between life and death could one have a great awakening. However, what Yi Yuan did not know was that for Ning Tianping to be able to take this step, it was not merely because of the life and death trial this time, it was more due to his teaching by example. For so many years, he followed by Yi Yuan's side and witnessed Yi Yuan's miraculous rise from the perspective of a bystander. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan was the southern border's #1 alchemy master, the priest temple's second sage. But no one knew how much he paid for this. The difficulties that Yi Yuan experienced were unimaginable for ordinary people. But Yi Yuan would never fear and would never shrink back. How firm his Tao heart was, Ning Tianping was someone who personally experienced it. Even though Mo Lifei was his master, the one with the greatest influence on Ning Tianping was Yi Yuan. Ning Tianping viewed Yi Yuan as his most sought-after goal in his life, and he was unknowingly imitating Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's words and actions were all constantly affecting him too. Otherwise, with Ning Tianping's temperament, there would be no way of recovering from the blow of Mo Lifei's death so quickly. In fact, he would be devastated. Actually, after all these years, Ning Tianping's heart had already unknowingly become very strong. Had to admit, Yi Yuan had this kind of magical power. The people around him would always be infected by him. Time passed, said day by day. Ning Tianping's eyes became brighter and brighter, while the Yi Yuan by the side was constantly withdrawing his aura, letting more great Tao aura land on Ning Tianping's body. The aura on Ning Tianping's body became stronger and stronger. The great Tao power that he could withstand also grew more and more. However, Yi Yuan did not go and gain enlightenment on Tao. This was not his Tao. These idols were just Taos that 8 progenitors carved. If it was the real incarnation of heavenly Tao, he could comprehend it a bit. Yi Yuan felt that that was the true path. As for these idols, he held them in contempt. 3 years later, he suddenly stood up and made some very strange postures. These postures were precisely the postures of these God statues. It was very hard for Ning Tianping to learn. In the beginning, he was unable to perform it at all. In fact, he would vomit blood the moment he performed it. But he was not discouraged, attempting it over and over again. After 10 years, he could finally perform the first posture. Another 5 years passed, he performed the second posture. 30 years later, he finally performed all 8 poses. While Yi Yuan guarded beside Ning Tianping for 33 years, suddenly, the entire sacred ground's aura became different. A terrifying power of law suddenly descended. Sea of law. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. Ning Tianping's improvement far exceeded his expectations. He truly had a great awakening, gaining enlightenment on his own Tao. Sea of law descending. It caused a great sensation in the entire sacred ground. Those people gaining enlightenment on Tao were all startled by this scene and gave up on comprehending. Each and every one looked toward Ning Tianping in shock. Chapter 2272. Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Chapter 2272. Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Your Excellency! Ning Tianping walked out of the Sea of Law and bowed deeply to Yi Yuan 3 times. The current Ning Tianping had sharp eyes and was full of energy, akin to a sharp sword out of its sheath. He was giving people a feeling of having acquired a completely new outlook. His gratitude toward Yi Yuan was expressed with these 3 bows. With several decades of guarding, Yi Yuan gave up cultivating. He only spent his time comprehending great Tao. Yi Yuan praised him. Life and death great Tao, not bad. Not bad. Starting from now, you've truly stepped onto the path of a powerhouse. By the side, Ru Feng was long already shocked speechless. A human really gained enlightenment on Tao in their divine race's sacred grounds. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would definitely feel that it was absurd nonsense. How could lowly humans possibly comprehend the divine race's Tao? Furthermore, during these several decades' time, Yi Yuan completely lacked interest in these 8 G.O.D. statues these several decades. He did not even want to take a look. Ru Feng originally thought that the lucky chance he was talking about was for himself. In the end, it was only for Ning Tianping. He looked down on even the divine race's sacred grounds? Someone as powerful as him also felt a sense of frustration. I said before, what you all comprehend is heavenly Tao. What humans comprehend is heavenly Tao too. Body is bli or lowly. Now, do you believe it? Yi Yuan said coolly. Ru Feng's face was black, suddenly having a feeling of getting slapped. Even though he was not willing to admit it, he still felt that if Yi Yuan went to comprehend the G.O.D. statues himself, he would definitely comprehend some things easily. But he was disdainful. Under his escort, Ning Tianping comprehended his own Tao. Life and death great Tao was also a kind of extremely strong great Tao already. From now on, Ning Tianping would fly to the sky with one bound, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Returning to the clan, Yi Yuan refined another batch of medicinal pills, threw it to Ru Feng, and said coolly, "These medicinal pills, let them consume it once every 10 years. It can suppress the toxicity for 50 years. After that, you all send Rong Xie to find me again. I'll give you all the antidote." When Ru Feng heard this, he said in a great rage, "Boy, we've already satisfied all of your demands. You're still playing this with this old man?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "If I give you the antidote now, can I still walk out of here? Or I'll be killed off by you guys as soon as I leave this place." Ru Feng's face fell. This lad was astute and crafty. He was really hard to deal with. Done with these, Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and left the hidden lineage. Seeing Yi Yuan leave the hidden lineage, Ru Feng also let out a long sigh in relief and hurriedly cast the secret art to completely seal off this passageway. Finally we sent away that plague G.O.D. Head Elder, I feel that this boy's threat is too great. Should we send someone to kill him off? Ru Feng said viciously. Ji Ling shook his head and said, "This brat is too shrewd. Furthermore, he's proficient in spatial law. He's not what the average person can finish off. We might even get the skunk stink all over us. Her Highness Divine Daughter's issue is the lesson learned. Want to kill him, it has to at least be late-stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm. But at this juncture, appearing in the Heavenspan world is too sensitive." Ru Feng said gloomily, "But this boy is too monstrous. I keep feeling that he poses a huge threat to our divine race and must be eliminated." Ji Ling nodded and said, "I naturally know that. But he can't wait until the day he grows up. Progenitor Daimeld has already come into being. Before long, the 2 worlds passageway Sageway will definitely collapse entirely. At that time, in a battle at the level of progenitor, he won't have the qualifications to intervene at all. Before that, we'd best ACCU. Mulate strength and act a little safer. Ru Feng's expression turned somber and he nodded his head. Returning to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, Yi Yuan started closed seclusion cultivation. He had collected a large batch of spirit medicines in the hidden lineage. They were sufficient for him to cultivate to peak chaos realm. Moreover, it was not like he did not do anything for so many years in the hidden lineage's sacred ground. He mutually corroborated the God statues with the lesser Heavenspan mountain and had a deeper understanding of the Chaos Heavenspan canon. The outline of the next realm also gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. He went into closed seclusion cultivation more to comprehend the next realm. Yi Yuan himself was also very curious. His cultivation system was completely different from ordinary martial artists. What kind of level would he achieve if he kept cultivating the Chaos Heavenspan canon? Deva? Tao Ancestor? Since he knew that Tao Ancestors were not truly invincible under the heavens, then he should also have hopes of reaching this realm, right? About 20 years later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. His current realm already reached the peak Chaos realm. It was just that he still did not have a mature idea with regard to the next realm. Currently, his world was a SS of chaos. Then the next step would definitely be developing a real world. It was just that evolving a world was clearly not such a simple matter. His chaos world was totally different from ordinary small worlds. The method to hew it open was naturally too complicated as well. Ordinary heavenly emperors grasped Tao marks after obtaining heavenly Tao's recognition, while he opened up his own path and developed a world. There was an intrinsic difference between these two. Looks like got to make another trip to the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. The Heavenspan Mountain was the source of myriad life, the foundation of heavenly Tao. Only there could he feel the most fundamental source of power and could help Yi Yuan open up his own world from there. Yi Yuan exited seclusion and discovered that GMO was already waiting outside. Seeing Yi Yuan, GMO's pupils could not help constricting. The current Yi Yuan actually gave him a feeling of beholding a great mountain. That sort of feeling was akin to some kind of existence above the firmament. But clearly, Yi Yuan was just a peak Empyrean. He discovered that each time he saw Yi Yuan again, he would give him another level of shock. The strength of Second Sage could be described using changing with each pas. Sing Day. I offer greetings to Second Sage. GMO gave a bow respectfully. Yi Yuan looked at GMO and was also rather surprised, saying with a smile, I was just about to go and meet Sacred Ancestor High Priest. I didn't expect that you came first. Finding me for? GMO said, Myriad Region Alchemy Conference organized a Myriad Region Alchemy Conference and invited the Heavenspan world's various alchemy holy lands countless elites to the Medicine Ancestor Bodhidharma. Lord Sacred Ancestor was also on the list of invitees. He had me come to invite you and to go along together. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly taken aback when he heard and immediately could not help laughing as he said, Medicine Ancestor finally can't hold back anymore? GMO also smiled and said, Second Sage's one remark reveals heaven's secrets. Lord Sacred Ancestor said that the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this time, is actually organized for you. By the side, Bai Tong and the rest were shocked. Hearing the Medicine Ancestor's invitation earlier, each and every one of them still felt honored. After all, this was the terrifying figure standing at the summit of the Heavenspan world's alchemy path. Being able to receive his invitation, it was absolutely an extremely honorable thing. But when GMO said this, all of them were shocked. The Medicine Ancestor ramping up for a fight like this, stirring up the entire Heavenspan world, it was actually for Yi Yuan? He was merely a 7-star alchemy God. The others did not understand it. Only GMO understood that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao already peaked right at the source, reaching the level of Dao pill. If Yi Yuan was an old monster who had already been famous for a long time, the medicine ancestor naturally would not get into a fight. But Yi Yuan was too young. His youth would impact the medicine ancestor's status. Chapter 2273. Respectful without fear. Chapter 2273. Respectful without fear. Senior GMO, how can an existence like Medicine Ancestor organize such a grand alchemy summit for His Excellency alone? Yunyi could not resist asking. In the Heavenspan world, for all alchemists, the Medicine Ancestor was a God-like existence. In the path of alchemy, an body could surpa the Medicine Ancestor. He was like a totem, even making people not dare to profane. Even though Yi Yuan was similarly a God-like figure in the hearts of Yun-Yi and the rest. But he was just a 7-star alchemy God after all. They had never doubted that Yi Yuan would reach the realm of Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest in the future. However, it was not now. The current Yi Yuan matching up against the Medicine Ancestor, wasn't it equivalent to strike a rock with an egg? GMO smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "The Medicine Ancestor is indeed aloof from the Ma. SSES. He isn't even inferior to Dao ancestors in the hearts of alchemists. Only a short while ago, my Lord Sacred Ancestor also viewed him like a God. But, ever since after Ask Not, Lord Sacred Ancestor threw away all of these emotions. It's true that the Medicine Ancestor is powerful, but he's narrow-minded and doesn't have the capacity to accommodate people. Lord Sacred Ancestor had once been decadent for several tens of millions of years after Ask Not, and was almost unable to recover from the setback. If not for so, his current strength might not be inferior to Medicine Ancestors. This is impossible. The expressions of Yun-Yi and the rest changed wildly. They were seriously unable to accept that the God in their hearts was actually such a person. The Medicine Ancestor was the totem of all alchemists. When this totem collapsed, people's first reaction could only be disbelief. Power and status could conceal many things sometimes. He was strong, so he was right in everything. Even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest talked about Medicine Ancestor's faults everywhere, he would only be thought of as babbling nonsense, intentionally slandering Medicine Ancestor after defeat. Now, GMO saying such words, the reactions of Yun-Yi and the rest was this. GMO just smiled and did not speak, not explaining things. But Yi Yuan said coolly, and body is perfect. No matter how strong deity realm powerhouses are, they aren't true gods either. They still have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even though the Medicine Ancestor is the supreme lord of alchemy, very unfortunately, he's such a person. I know that it's very hard for you all to accept, but I believe this fact shouldn't be far off than the Medicine Ancestor that I know in the Ask Not chess game. This, Yun-Yi and the rest had faces of being at a loss on what to do, feeling like their 3 views were about to collapse. GMO said coolly, so this so-called Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is actually to destroy Second Sage's faith, to crumble the Tao in his heart. This way, Second Sage won't be able to impact his status anymore. Yun-Yi and the rest all looked over towards Yi Yuan, shocked expressions on their faces. They were still feeling honored earlier because Yi Yuan was invited. But now, they could not help worrying about Yi Yuan. If they had to choose between the Medicine Ancestor and Yi Yuan, they would naturally stand on Yi Yuan's side without the slightest hesitation. Your Excellency, why not? Let's not go to this alchemy conference? Yunyi said carefully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, ever since I entered the Heavenspan world, I've always imagined fighting against the Medicine Ancestor one day. Now, this opportunity is in front of my eyes. How can I possibly miss it? But that's the Medicine Ancestor, Yunyi said. Yi Yuan said coolly, So what if medicine ancestor? Yun-E, only by not having A-G, O-D in your heart can you become A-G, O-D. If you regard your master as A-G, O-D, you won't ever Serpa S your master. Your talent, willpower, and character are all superb. But, if you can't overcome the fear in your heart, you'll forever only be my disciple. In the hearts of powerhouses, there's only respect, no fear. In the hearts of powerhouses, there was only respect, no fear. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning, giving people a feeling of enlightening the benighted. Even G. Mo's entire body trembled too. He did not have a revering heart towards the medicine ancestor, but he held sacred ancestor high priest in awe and veneration. This kind of awe and veneration was deeply imprinted in his bones and had already been over tens of millions of years long. Serpa S. Sing master, this sort of thing, he did not even dare to think about it. He suddenly remembered those words that Wing said to him, and finally understood why Yi Yuan would have today's accomplishments. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, I once said before that I'm sacred ancestor high priest's opponent. That wasn't some arrogant remark, but it was that I have the conviction and courage to Serpa S him. My strength is inferior to him, so what about it? I'll do my utmost best to make myself become stronger. Even if I fail, I won't regret it too. I think that sacred ancestor high priest's thinking should be the same as mine. He's waiting for me to become stronger. I respect sacred ancestor high priest not because he helped me before, but because he's an opponent worthy of respect. But the medicine ancestor isn't. GMO was shocked speechless. The words that Yi Yuan said were virtually identical to what his master said. Could it be that this was the tacit understanding between the strong? His master said before, he was not afraid of failure. What he was afraid of having no opponent. Even though Yi Yuan's current strength was still worlds apart from master. But Yi Yuan's might already made people unable to look directly at it. By the side, Yun Yi's mind shook heavily. He understood that his master was teaching him to become a true powerhouse. This kind of education had nothing to do with skills. It only cared about the heart of a powerhouse. Only by not having A-G, O-D in your heart can you become A-G, O-D. He had always thought that all was a term. But only now did he discover that he was wrong. Respect was respect, fear was fear. Respect, but do not be daunted. Yun-E sucked in a deep breath and nodded his head solemnly as he said, Master, I understand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you understand, cultivate your heart well. Talking about it is easy, but doing it is as hard as ascending to heaven. GMO got up and carried out the etiquette of a disciple, bowing respectfully toward Yi Yuan and said, Thank you for second sage's pointers. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly and said with a smile, Is the medicine ancestor taking action because of the chaos samsara pill? GMO nodded. Yi Yuan continued, Refining the chaos samsara pill, I seem to have touched the source of alchemy Tao. That seems to be another realm that surmounts ancestor realm. Looks like medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, they all are at this level. GMO thought about it and asked, How confident is second sage in this battle? Yi Yuan directly shook his head and said, Not even 10%. Everyone's expressions changed, but then they heard Yi Yuan say with a laugh, But for medicine ancestor to want to borrow this to attack my Tao heart, he's probably thinking too much. Alright, you go back first then, I want to take a trip to the Heavenspan Mountain. After I break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, I'll go to the priest temple. GMO bowed in salute and took his leave. Yi Yuan was very confident, but he was not blindly confident. The opponent this time was the Heavenspan World's Alchemy Path's #1 person. This person had stood at the apex of the Heavenspan World's Alchemy Path for trillions of years. No one had been able to shake it before. His might did not need words to explain it all. Being the first meant having to accept endless challenges. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was just one of them. For the medicine ancestor to be able to persevere and not fall, that was battled out with absolute strength, and not being touted by others. Facing such an opponent, Yi Yuan did not have any confidence at all. But so what? Yi Yuan would never give up. Chapter 2274. Make You Make an Exception. Chapter 2274. Make You Make an Exception. Coming to Southfoot Town again, it had been over 2,000 years. Coming here again, Yi Yuan felt a sense of rue. Back then, he was unable to break through to the divine vortex realm. Rus. Ing hastily into danger and arriving at this place, he received the drunkard's care. That was how he broke through his realm. Looking back, when he saw those divine Lord Realm little scamps around him again, Yi Yuan felt like he was suddenly worlds away. He concealed his aura along the way in order to not draw too much attention. Not seeing him for years, I wonder how the old drunkard is doing. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and entered the town slowly, arriving at the guardian's place. Old drunkard was still lying there in an unsightly manner. Clearly, he was very drunk. Discovering that somebody came in, old drunkard directly threw a wooden plaque over and said drunkenly, "Hurry up and get lost, don't disturb this old man from drinking." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, senior drunkard is still so overbearing." Old drunkard suddenly startled awake, turned his head to look, and could not help getting a shock. "It's you." He sized Yi Yuan up and down and said approvingly, "Not bad, not bad. Lord Dustless's vision is indeed good. You already cultivated to the peak divine Lord Realm in 2,000 years' time. This speed is considered pretty good already. Back then, Lord Immortal Grove was also no more than this. You came this time in order to break through to Celestial Deity Realm, right? With Yi Yuan's current realm, if he intentionally concealed his cultivation, forget about old drunkard, even if it was an ordinary Empyrean realm, it would be hard to see through his depths too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Considered so, I guess. Senior drunkard, how have these few years been?" Old drunkard's eyes flickered, and he switched to a smiling face as he said, "Good, very good. I'm guarding this Southfoot town. What can be wrong, ha ha ha." He thought that he hid it very well, but how could his emotion fluctuations hide from Yi Yuan's eyes and ears? But Yi Yuan did not expose him. Since he did not want to say, forcing him served no purpose either. The two people meeting, it naturally could not dispense with a bout of small talk. But while talking, old drunkard always seemed to vaguely be wanting to chase Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan was aware of this in his heart and also thanked him for his hospitality. He then returned to the residence to rest. The next day, it was the day to climb the Heavenspan mountain again. Old drunkard watched Yi Yuan enter the Paas Sageway before turning back to Southfoot Town. After he returned to the Guardian's Manor, there was already a room full of people inside. In the middle, a young man sat on his seat. His gaze when looking at the old drunkard was filled with scorn. Behind the young man, there were even two maidservants, saging his shoulders, fragrance lingering in the air, merry and carefree. "Bastard, why haven't you knelt down when you see this young master?" Bang! Behind the old drunkard, a martial artist suddenly kicked out, directly kicking onto the back of old drunkard's knees, breaking his pair of legs, kneeling to the ground. The young man's expression was apathetic as he said coolly, "Old drunkard, do you know your crime?" Old drunkard did not care. He took out his wine gourd, drank a mouthful of wine, and said with a cold smile, "What crime does this old man have?" The young man said coolly, "Got to look at the owner when hitting a dog. This young master sent Lin Xiu here to be your deputy, but you killed him. How do you plan on explaining this matter?" Old drunkard snorted coldly and said, "Was Lin Xiu here to be a deputy? The moment he came, he relied on young master's power and directly turned this old man into a figurehead. Never mind this old man is happy to be idly too. But, in the 10 years that Lin Xiu was in power, disregarding that he demanded ridiculous prices. He even tainted and killed hundreds of female cultivators. This old man had urged him many times, but he went from bad to worse, and even wanted to kill this old man. This old man killed him in a moment of rage. What crime is there? Old Drunkard was filled with righteous indignation as he said it, but the young man's face remained calm and collected all along, and did not have the slightest fluctuation. As if those female cultivators who died unjustly were just a bunch of animals. To talk about these few years, the old drunkard had said it comfortably too. But all this changed 10 years ago. These 10 years, old drunkard simply spent each day like it was a year. That Lin Xiu was a pervert. Female cultivators that were even slightly attractive could not escape his evil hands at all. Disregarding that he tainted them, he even butchered them afterward. He was righteous and looked down on this kind of despicable action the most. These 10 years, he simply wanted to explode from anger. However, Lin Xiu was this young master's cousin. Relying on this young master's power, he did not place him in his eyes at all. Old Drunkard was just a true G.O.D. realm in the end. He was naturally incomparably powerful in the eyes of these divine Lord Realm martial artists. But in the eyes of this one, he was akin to an ant. Helpless, he could only persuade many times. But, not only did Lin Xiu not listen, he went from bad to worse, and became more and more abominable. Finally, Old Drunkard could not resist making a move to stop Lin Xiu. But under this guy's frenzy, he actually wanted to kill Old Drunkard. He thought that Old Drunkard did not dare to fight back. But who knew that under Old Drunkard's sullen rage, he struck him dead with one palm. Lin Xiu had his body hollowed out by alcohol and L.U.S.T. So how could he be Old Drunkard's match? It was just that like this, it startled young master. Old Drunkard knew that young master was coming these 2 days, so he did not want to drag Yi Yuan in. That was why he did not mention this matter. Just a bunch of ants. Lin Xiu favoring them is their blessing. Is it your turn to be a busybody? Young master said with an indifferent look. Toward this remark, Old Drunkard seemed to have long expected it. He just drank a mouthful of wine and kept his mouth shut. Tang Yuqing and Lin Xiu were simply jackals of the same lair. No matter how much he said, it would also be hard to escape death. Those present today, just the Empyreans numbered quite a few. There was no chance for him to escape. Seeing Old Drunkard keeping his mouth shut, Tang Yuqing said coolly, "Looks like you already have some awareness. Send him on his way then. Qing He, from today onwards, your Southfoot town's guardian." By the side, one of Tang Yuqing's subordinates had a look of pleasant surprise and immediately bowed and said, "Many thanks for young master's appreciation." Tang Yuqing waved his hands, indicating for his subordinates to do it. An Empyrean walked out slowly and came before Old Drunkard. Old Drunkard laughed loudly, opened his mouth, and drank wine, incredibly unrestrained. The Empyrean did not say a word and smacked a palm down. But just as his palm was about to land, a ray of sword light seemed to come from beyond the sky. That Empyrean was directly sliced into pieces, deader until he could not be more dead. A figure slowly walked in from outside the house, and came right in front of Old Drunkard. Tang Yuqing's subordinates all retreated, not daring to come into contact with Yi Yuan at all, directly opening up a path. Old Drunkard looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment, shocked, speechless. He did not even see clearly how he attacked, and this Empyrean was one-shot? Could it be that Yi Yuan's current strength was not Divine Lord Realm? No, wait, he had clearly already seen him enter the passageway. Why did he come back again? Old Drunkard struggled to open his drunken eyes, attempting to see Yi Yuan clearly. But no matter how he looked, he could not see clearly too. It was as if what was standing in front of him at this very moment was that fleeting and ephemeral heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan, Old Drunkard stammered for a long time and did not speak. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Drunkard is treating me too much as a stranger. Relax. With me around, they can't touch you. Tang Yuqing drank a mouthful of wine calmly and said coolly, "Can't touch him? When I, Tang Yuqing, want to kill someone, there has never been anyone who can stop me." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Then sorry about it, I'll have to make you make an exception today." Chapter 2275. My Dad is a Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2275. My Dad is a Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan, I don't know how strong you are right now, but he isn't someone you can afford to provoke. Quickly leave, don't worry about my affairs. Old Drunkard finally recovered from the shock, but his first reaction was to have Yi Yuan hurry up and leave. Because Tang Yuqing's status was high, Yi Yuan could not afford to provoke him at all. He tried to push Yi Yuan out, but he discovered that he could not budge him at all. Tang Yuqing slowly got up, came before Yi Yuan, and said with a light smile, "Punk, do you know why he's so scared of me?" Yi Yuan said rather interestedly, "Oh? Why?" "Because I'm the son of a heavenly emperor." When he said this, Tang Yuqing had a smug look. Clearly, he felt very proud of this ident. One tie. My father is Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain. The 30 million miles area at the foot of the Heavenspan mountain is all under my father's jurisdiction. Therefore, do you know what's the outcome of you offending me? Tang Yuqing's face was almost planted in front of Yi Yuan's, a proud look on his face. Yi Yuan revealed a guileless smile and said, "What outcome I have, I really don't know, but I know your outcome." Rumble. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura billowed to the sky. The terrifying pressure directly sent the guardian manor flying. Tang Yuqing was caught off guard and directly overwhelmed until he knelt on the ground by this horrifying pressure. Those true G.O.D. realm guards were directly crushed into meat pancake. The few remaining Empyrean realms were crushed until they lay P.R.O.N.E. on the ground, unable to even move an inch. Yi Yuan's pressure carried a strong power. If he intentionally released it, it was not what these initial stage Empyreans could resist at all. Old Drunkard's heart shook wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of disbelief. He never even dared to dream that in a short 2,000 years' time, Yi Yuan's strength actually turned out to be so terrifying. He had not made a move yet and directly pressed the Empyrean realm powerhouses, unable to move on the ground. How formidable a strength did this need? He previously still thought that Yi Yuan was here to break through to the celestial deity realm. Thinking about it, it was simply a joke. He could clearly feel that Yi Yuan's current strength was likely even stronger than the heavenly Empyrean immortal grove back then. How was this possible? Just 2,000 years. In just 2,000 years, from a rookie who could not even break through to be a divine lord, growing into a peak Empyrean sovereign? He suddenly somewhat understood the meaning of those words that Dustless said back then. Lord Immortal Grove's successor was truly incredible. It was just that, behind Tang Yuqing, was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Under the heavy pressure, Tang Yuqing had a contorted look on his face. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "You dare to touch me? You dare to touch me? My dad is a heavenly emperor. You're dead. You're dead." Tang Yuqing himself was an Empyrean powerhouse too. But he was weak like a 3-year-old child in front of Yi Yuan. Old Drunkard was also shocked and said, "Yi Yuan, quickly go. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain dotes on this son immensely. If he knows that you made a move against Tang Yuqing, he won't let you off. My affairs, I don't need you to care." He was not afraid of dying himself, but he was afraid to implicate Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan was currently peak Empyrean, it was also impossible to be a heavenly emperor's match. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm going to intervene in your affairs." Clank. The sounds of swords clanging sounded out, a dozen over swords sword energy around Tang Yuqing, the sword energy threatening. Yi Yuan rapped on Tang Yuqing's head and said, "Come, repeat your words just now again." Sensing the chilly air coming from the tip of the swords, Tang Yuqing's face changed wildly, and he hurriedly shook his head and said, "I I don't dare any more. Why, Your Excellency, I don't dare any more. Then tell me now, did Lin Xiu deserve to die or not? Deserved it. Deserved to die. He courted death himself. It's not old drunkard's fault. Really, I don't blame old drunkard at all. He's my cousin. When my aunt heard that he died, she was extremely enraged. That's why I had no choice but to find trouble with old drunkard. Actually, I admonish his actions and behavior a lot too. Like this, huh? In that case, you're a good guy? A good guy. I'm really a good guy. Yi Yuan seemed very satisfied with Tang Yuqing's answer. Patting his shoulder twice, he smiled lightly and said, Since you're a good guy, then I've wronged you. You can go. Tang Yuqing was akin to being granted amnesty, scrambling out in a panic. But old drunkard's face changed and he said, Yi Yuan, can't let him go. You believe in this sort of nonsense too? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Yeah, why wouldn't I believe? Old drunkard had an appearance like he expected better of him and gritted his teeth and said, This brat is a silk pants. After you humiliated him like this, he'll definitely go and tell Heavenly Emperor Swift Train to come and kill you after he returns. Quickly leave, it will be too late otherwise. In his view, even though Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying, he was too young and believed in people too easily. He was somewhat perplexed. With this kind of personality, how did he survive until now? But Yi Yuan avoided the topic and said with a smile, What plans does Senior Drunkard have in the future? Old Drunkard's expression turned stiff and he said with a bitter smile, What plans can I still have? Us Guardians all have a wisp of divine soul imprint in the hands of Heavenly Emperor Swift Train. Even if I run to the ends of the world, I can't escape his pursuit either. Rather it's you, it will be too late if you still don't go. Hurry up and leave. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Like this, huh? Then just nice. After Heavenly Emperor Swift Train arrives, I'll have a good talk with him and take back your divine soul imprint. Old drunkard was anxious until he almost wanted to jump up. This guy really would not shed tears without seeing the coffin. Were heavenly emperors whom you could reason things out with? But if Yi Yuan did not leave, he really could not do anything about it. Yi Yuan's present strength already made him unable to influence the former. He tried his best to persuade Yi Yuan to leave, but Yi Yuan just refused to go. It was not that Yi Yuan was deliberately hiding from old drunkard, but that if he said that he could deal with heavenly emperors, old drunkard would not believe it either. Yi Yuan helped old drunkard heal his wounds and took out a heaven-seizing good fortune pill for old drunkard. Old drunkard was shocked speechless. After consuming this heaven-seizing good fortune pill, he broke through to the Empyrean realm without any surprise. This step had blocked him for hundreds of thousands of years. He thought that he could not take this step for life. He did not expect that Yi Yuan resolved it with a medicinal pill. But not long after he broke through, Tang Yuqing led a large contingent of troops over. A pair of husband and wife slowly walked out, looking at Yi Yuan coldly. Old drunkard's expression changed wildly and he cried out in shock. Even Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance came as well. I asked you to go, but you refused to leave. Now you can't leave even if you want to. As he said, old drunkard revealed a hint of a bitter smile. This couple was precisely Tang Yuqing's father and mother. They were Heavenly Emperor Swift Train and Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance. These two were both First Firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Ha ha ha, you fool, you're actually really still here. Father, mother, it's this punk who almost killed me. You have to avenge me. Tang Yuqing said sobbingly. Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance felt her heart ached and hurriedly consoled. Cheng'er, don't cry. Mother's heart hurts. Don't you worry, Mother will definitely cut this punk into little pieces and avenge you. Heavenly Emperor Swift Train's brows furrowed, and he looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, Brat, it's you who made a move against Che and even killed this Heavenly Emperor's subordinates? Chapter 2276. Still remember those two pats? Chapter 2276. Still remember those two pats? Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yuqing and said with a look of surprise, I trusted you so much, and yet you actually sold me out? Tang Yuqing laughed loudly and said, If I didn't say that, would you let me go? What a fool! You got fooled by me with a few words. Yi Yuan had an expression like he had resigned himself to fate and said with a sigh, why did you have to do this? Tang Yuqing said smugly, a measly lowly ant, do you really think that I'd take it to heart? This heaven-span world has too many ants. My cousin toyed with a few ants, what does it matter? But old drunkard killed him. That violated heavenly law. Tang Yuqing was a so-called proud son of heaven. He was birthed by two great heavenly emperors. Furthermore, his roots were excellent. He was an Empyrean realm super powerhouse the moment he was born. In his eyes, those below Empyrean realm were all ants. How could this kind of silk pants think anything of the life and death of mere divine lord realms? Tang Yuqing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, You think that you can be lawless and unruly with just a peak Empyrean cultivation? This young master tells you, in front of my father and mother, you're likewise an ant. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze cold as he said, Heard that? In front of a heavenly emperor, all are ants. Punk, are you ending yourself, or do you want this heavenly emperor to take action? Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Tang Yuqing and said smilingly, But in my eyes, you're an ant too. Tang Yuqing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, So what if I'm an ant? In front of my parents, can you still kill me? Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yuqing like looking at a fool and said with a smile, Still remember the 2 pats that I patted you with before you left? Tang Yuqing's expression changed, and he said in horror, Why you're scaring me? Not just Tang Yuqing, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's and Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant's expressions changed wildly, looking over toward Tang Yuqing subconsciously. However, it was already too late. Pa! Yi Yuan snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, countless sword energy poured out of the body. Tang Yuqing was directly sliced into countless chunks by the sword energy. Those 2 pats were sword energy left within Tang Yuqing's body. As long as Yi Yuan activated it, it would erupt crazily. It was just that with Tang Yuqing's strength, he was unable to detect it at all. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant's 2 people stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at this scene in disbelief. Their own son was killed in front of them just like this. His corpse could not even be assembled back fully. Old drunkard also had a thunderstruck look. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so crazy, to actually kill the son of heavenly emperors in front of them. Looking at it now, it was not that Yi Yuan was ignorant of worldly affairs. But since he planted sword energy inside Tang Yuqing's body, why didn't he threaten the 2 great heavenly emperors with this? He discovered that he could not understand the way Yi Yuan did things at all. But Yi Yuan did not care. Like he did a trivial thing, he smiled and said, Inviting the 2 of you here is to ask you 2 for something. Return old drunkard's divine soul imprint to me, okay? Rumble! Rumble! 2 terrifying forces rushed straight for Yi Yuan like sharp swords. Divine soul imprint? Heh. You killed my son. This emperor will definitely grind your bones to dust to vent the hatred in my heart. Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant bellowed shrilly. Tang Yuqing was important in her heart. Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant doted on him to the extreme, unable to bear letting him suffer at all. But now, Yi Yuan actually killed him just like this. So how could Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant not be furious? She vented all of her wrath on Yi Yuan. After being stunned, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain was similarly enraged to the extreme and said in a cold voice, Very good, punk. You've got guts. Very soon, you'll regret having come to this world. Swaz. Plus not waiting for Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain to take action, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdant already teleported in front of Yi Yuan and suddenly smacked a palm down. Down marks flickered. The terrifying energy undulation made the expressions of everyone present suddenly change. The attack of a heavenly emperor in anger, how terrifying was the power? Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But right at this time, over 1,000 flying swords suddenly flew out. A terrifying sword formation suddenly lit up. In an instant, Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance was trapped by the sword formation. Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance came in anger, but at this time, she was extremely alarmed and furious. Being trapped inside the sword formation, whatever Tao marks, whatever heaven and earth pressure, it all could not stand up to a single blow in front of the sword formation. At present, Yi Yuan was already faintly going to break through to the next realm, virtually standing at the peak of Chaos Realm. Regardless of whether it was divine essence or soul force, it climbed to an unattainable peak. The power of the sword formation was significantly stronger than when at the hidden lineage. At that time, this sword formation could already overpower the divine race's powerhouses, let alone a mere first firmament heavenly emperor? In other people's view, heavenly emperors might be very powerful. But in Yi Yuan's eyes it was also just like that. Old drunkard's pupils constricted, the shock in his heart unable to be any greater. He never thought that Yi Yuan's strength could actually already contend with heavenly emperors. This is simply too astonies. Hi plus ing. He clearly only has Empyrean realm cultivation, but he can rival heavenly emperors. Even Lord Immortal Grove is far inferior to him too. Old Drunkard initially felt that Yi Yuan having peak divine lord cultivation in 2,000 years was already astonies. Hi plus ingly talented. But he discovered that Yi Yuan's growth already completely exceeded his cognition. In just 2,000 years, from an origin deity realm brat, growing into a leviathan who had the ability to rival heavenly emperors. This sort of thing, he did not even dare to think about it. He finally understood why Yi Yuan did not care about Tang Yuqing's Iden. 1. Tai in the slightest. Because he totally had this strength. Over there, Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock, Sword Tao Source. Formation Tao Source. Just a breath's time, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance's world domain was already compressed by Yi Yuan's sword formation significantly. Before long, this sword formation would be able to breach Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance's defenses. At that time, Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance could only face a dead end. How could he still hesitate? He shouted, Wife, I'll come and help you. Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain took a step and circled out the sword formation, charging straight for Yi Yuan himself. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, the sword formation would naturally collapse on itself. It was just that, how could Yi Yuan let him do as he wished? All of a sudden, half of the flying swords in the sword formation pulled back, directly matching up against Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain. Both sides fought fiercely without rest. The terrifying energy fought until the surroundings were full of pits and holes. Yi Yuan battling two great heavenly emperors with his power alone, he was not the least bit afraid, and faintly showed signs of suppressing the two people instead. The subordinates that Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain brought over were already dumbfounded. This brat that popped out from no idea where, his strength was also too fearsome, right? Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain currently had a bitterness that he could not articulate. He thought that Yi Yuan dividing the forces to save himself, with their two great Heavenly Emperors' strength, they would naturally be able to crack the sword formation. But Yi Yuan merely used half the flying swords and trapped him already. He unleashed all of his abilities and was barely able to fight to a draw with Yi Yuan. But fortunately, the pressure at Heavenly Emperor Phoenixdance that side fell sharply, and she could resist the sword formation presently. Yi Yuan controlled the sword formation and still had the strength to spare as he said coolly, me letting him go was already giving him a chance. Yet, he called the two of you over, that's him courting death. Not educating the son is the father's fault. The two of you brought up such a son, you're also no better yourselves. Since that's the case, I'll send you guys on your way then. Chapter 2277. I'll explain it myself. Chapter 2277. I'll explain it myself. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and his wife felt shocked. They already fought to this extent. Could it be that Yi Yuan was still holding back measures? Seemingly confirming that they were thinking in their hearts, more than 10 streaks of sword light flew out again, instantly replacing more than 10 swords in the sword formation. These dozen flying swords were precisely the 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures that were plundered from the divine race. The hearts of Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and wife shook wildly. The moment he made his move, it was 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. This boy was really loaded as H.E.L.L. In the entire heavenspan world, those who could be so bold and unrestrained were not many either. But Yi Yuan was still merely an Empyrean brat. The moment 12 Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures joined in, the power of the sword formation immediately skyrocketed. Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures were not some ordinary goods. Their power was G.O.D. knows how many times stronger than Empyrean spirit treasures. These 12 flying swords as the eye of the formation could make the power of the sword formation increase significantly. Very soon, Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and wife were getting somewhat overwhelmed, their defensive circle quickly shrinking. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's mind trembled strongly and he hurriedly cried out in alarm, "Fellow Taoist, it's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The two of us husband and wife are under Heavenly Emperor Swordtime's command. We are the Heavenspan Mountains Pa's Sageway's administrators. Maybe you haven't heard of Heavenly Emperor Swordtime before, but he's a Deva 4th Blight sovereign powerhouse. This matter was all the two of us husband and wife's fault. It was the two of us who failed in discipline, that's how Tang Yuqing this unfilial son happened. Fellow Taoist killed him well. The two of us husband and wife have nothing to say. Fellow Taoist, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let the two of us leave." The voice at Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain this side had yet to fade when they heard a roar from Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance that side came over. "Tang Swifttrain, you coward! The enmity of killing my son is irreconcilable under the heavens, and yet you're actually lowering your head to the enemy? Want to leave, you leave. This old lady will fight it out with him." After talking, she turned to Yi Yuan again and screamed, "Boy, kill me if you have the capability! Killing an administrator without permission, Heavenly Emperor Swordtime won't let you off. Come on, kill me!" The current Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance was an out-and-out lunatic. She knew that she was not Yi Yuan's match. She was actually threatening to take revenge with her death. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's expression changed drastically, and he was just about to explain but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Is that so? Then as you Wisconsin H. Plus, immobilize." Heavenly Emperor true word directly came out of his mouth, immobilizing Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance dead in her track. Then, hundreds of flying swords turned into countless sword lights, shuttling past in the air, slicing Heavenly Emperor Phoenix Dance into countless pieces. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain's mind shook fiercely. He did not think that Yi Yuan still had such heaven-defying means. Sword formation coupled with Heavenly Emperor true word, killing Heavenly Emperors like killing dogs. Fellow Taoist, this woman is already crazy. You don't stoop to her level. She and that unfilial son provoked fellow Taoist. It was them who sought death themselves. But my ident. 1. Tai is different, you can't kill me. Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain was really afraid. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made him shudder with fear. Currently, Yi Yuan could control all of the flying swords to set up the sword formation. With his strength, he absolutely could not block it. He currently wished to piece Tang Yuqing together and slice him up again. Just what kind of existence did this punk provoke? But Yi Yuan smiled brightly and said, "Indeed, father and son, even the methods used are cut from the same cloth. After I let you leave, you'll probably call for reinforcements again, right? Just now, your subordinate already transmitted a communication talisman. So, you're buying time? Heavenly Emperor Swift-Train was extremely shocked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had time to observe his men when controlling so many flying swords. Misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. That was all that subordinate acting on his own. After Lord Xianyu arrives, I'll explain to him. Heavenly Emperor Swift-Train resorted to sophistry. No need, I'd better explain it to him myself. Just nice, I can find him to take back old drunkard's divine soul imprint. Yi Yuan said it nonchalantly, but his divine sense suddenly controlled the flying swords and swept over towards Heavenly Emperor Swift-Train. The complete sword formation coming together, the power immediately soared crazily. Heavenly Emperor Swift-Train unleashed all of his abilities and could not resist Yi Yuan's attacks too. Ah! Punk killing me, you'll die too. Lord Xianyu won't spare you. Amidst the miserable screams, Heavenly Emperor Swift-Train was also sliced into countless chunks. In a blink, two great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses fell. Heavenly Emperor Swift-Train's subordinates were all shocked and speechless. Two great Heavenly Emperors. Died just like this? Old drunkard muttered to himself, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Heavenly Emperors were invincible. This was the irrefutable fact in everyone's hearts. But today, Yi Yuan used his formidable strength and shattered this fact. With a wave of a hand, cutting down two great Heavenly Emperors in a row, suppressing the four directions. This young man was too powerful. Yi Yuan looked at old drunkard and said with a faint smile, Heavenly Emperors are people too. As long as they are people, they will die, what's strange about it? Old drunkard had a strange look and said, But that was a Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, It will be fine once you're used to it. The great era is coming. Ordinary Heavenly Emperors are also just cannon fodders. Just as he was speaking, an even more terrifying pressure suddenly descended. A figure stepped out of the void, his gaze looking towards Yi Yuan coldly. Lord Xianyu came, this punk is dead for sure. Lord Xianyu, this brat killed Lord Swift-Train and Lord Phoenix Dance. His sins are heinous. Lord Xianyu looked at Yi Yuan with a frown and exclaimed in surprise, An Empyrean killed two Heavenly Emperors? Yi Yuan said coolly, That's right. They were killed by me. You should be Heavenly Emperor Swordtime's subordinate, right? This Heavenly Emperor Xianyu's strength was extremely strong. He was a third firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. However, Yi Yuan did not take him seriously. This kind of powerhouse, he had seen before far too many of them. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Heavenly Emperor Xianyu was very unhappy and said in a solemn voice, So what if yes? Aren't you going to give me an explanation for today's matter? Yi Yuan slowly took out a token. An aura of great Tao suddenly released. Wonder if this explanation is enough or not? Yi Yuan said coolly. When Heavenly Emperor Xianyu saw the token, his mind shook fiercely and he cried out in surprise, Priest Temple's token. You're the Priest Temple's second sage. Yi Yuan put away the token and said coolly, It's precisely this Yi. Heavenly Emperor Xianyu woke up from the shock and said in a solemn voice, Even if you're second sage, if you don't give an account for today's matter, it still won't pass. Yi Yuan shrugged and briefly recounted the entire sequence of events and said, Wonder if you're still satisfied with this explanation? These two people came to kill me and were killed by me because their strength was lacking. It's just like that. Heavenly Emperor Xianyu listened until his brows furrowed hard. He did not expect that such a thing actually appeared under his jurisdiction. If it was an ordinary time, then forget it. Yet, they provoked the Priest Temple's second sage. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's status was not worse than Heavenly Emperor Swordtime. Yi Yuan as the second sage, his status approached Sacred Ancestor High Priest's status. Heavenly Emperor Swift-Train and his wife, they wanted to kill Yi Yuan in the first place. This was blasphemous to begin with. Being killed by Yi Yuan, they could only blame them for being unlucky. Heavenly Emperor Exin Yu gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "This matter was Exin Yu who failed in disciplining them. Offending Lord Second Sage, Exin Yu apologizes here." Everyone turned to stone. Chapter 2278. Younger Brother Drunkard. Chapter 2278. Younger brother drunkard Lord Exin Yu actually apologized to this Empyrean. In the hearts of these subordinates, Lord Exin Yu was an existence who was too lofty to reach, controlling the life and death of all life. Such an existence actually apologized to an Empyrean. The key thing was that this Empyrean even just killed 2 of his own heavenly emperors. If Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain and his wife were to come back to life at this time, they would probably be angered until they died again. They fully thought that Heavenly Emperor Exin Yu would avenge them when he came. But Heavenly Emperor Exin Yu came to apologize. The Heavenspan Mountain was too far from the southern border. With these subordinates level, they completely never heard of what status this second sage had. But by the side, old drunkard was shocked again and again. A third firmament Heavenly Emperor Super Sovereign actually admitted his fault to Yi Yuan. From just now, he was stunned by the series of turn of events. He thought that Yi Yuan killing Heavenly Emperor Swifttrain was already the limit that he could understand. But Heavenly Emperor Exin Yu's apology subverted his understanding once again. Forget it, they are already dead. Let's leave this matter at this. Rather, this old drunkard is this Ye's old friend. This Yi asks Brother Exin Yu for a favor and to take back your divine soul imprint. There's no issue, right? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Exin Yu gave old drunkard a glance. Old drunkard's entire body turned stiff. Being stared at by a third firmament Heavenly Emperor Supreme Powerhouse, he really had a feeling of heart palpitations. Piece of cake. Heavenly Emperor Exin Yu said with a smile. Old drunkard had an astounded look. He took back his divine soul imprint so easily? He had been struggling here for 10 years, wanting to leave, but also not daring to leave. He did not expect that Yi Yuan settled it with a word. This was the difference in level. Actually, what Tang Yuqing said was right. In the eyes of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, they were ant-like existences. The thing that he felt was most difficult was merely a matter of a sentence in the eyes of the true big shots. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already entered this level. Old drunkard looked at Yi Yuan, attempting to overlap him with that weak youth 2,000 years ago. He discovered that the person was still that person, but the feeling he gave him was already totally different. Not that Yi Yuan changed, but that his mentality changed. Lord Second Sage coming here, is it possible that you're going up the mountain to gain enlightenment on Tao? Exin Yu asked. Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right, precisely going up the mountain. Exin Yu said, since Second Sage wants to go up the mountain, please follow me to Green Lotus Town then. This place is the Tao Enlightenment entrance of Divine Lord Realm Martial Artists. Yi Yuan said coolly, no need, I'll just go up from here. Exin Yu was taken aback and said, Second Sage can't enter from here. Yi Yuan smiled and did not follow up. He said to Old Drunkard, Senior Drunkard, you take a trip with them. After taking back your divine sense imprint, just wait for me to come back here. Finished talking, not waiting for everyone to react, he arrived at the Pa-S Sageway entrance in one step. Yi Yuan walked up slowly and went straight into the Pa-S Sageway. The Heavenspan Mountain did not have the slightest reaction. Exin Yu's pair of eyes stared like wide saucers. This? How is this possible? Disregarding the Heavenspan Mountain's rules, this can only be done by Deva realm powerhouses. He's only at the Empyrean realm. Could it be that his Tao already reached this kind of level? But since he already reached such a level, why is he still going up the mountain from here? Exin Yu said in shock. A belly full of questions shrouded Exin Yu's heart. He discovered that the mysteries on this young second sage's body were really too many. Only after a long time did he smile bitterly and said, "That's right. If not for possessing this level of strength, how could he be honored as second sage by the priest temple at a young age?" Finished saying, his gaze turned towards Old Drunkard, and he said with a smile, "Brother Drunkard, is it? Hoo-hoo, being able to follow Lord Second Sage, you've really cultivated 8 lifetimes of fortune. Cherish this opportunity well." Old Drunkard was in fear and trepidation and repeatedly said, "Dare not." "Heavenly Emperor Xian, you actually addressed him as his brother." His words exuded warmness. "Heavenly Emperor Xian," you laughed loudly and said, "There's nothing to be afraid of, this is your great lucky chance. Speaking of which, this Heavenly Emperor has to curry favor with you now too." Old Drunkard's face changed and he almost knelt down, saying in fear and trepidation, "Lord Xian, you, stop joking with me, this Old Drunkard can't bear it." Heavenly Emperor Xian, you smiled and said, "That's because you don't know who he is. The priest temple's second sage, the alchemy world's upstart, his status is extremely revered. Now, everyone is saying that he'll become the next medicine ancestor. One of his medicinal pills is hard to get even with a mountain of gold. If he was still in the Empyrean realm, this emperor naturally wouldn't say this sort of words too. But looking at his appearance, coming to Heavenspan Mountain to gain enlightenment on Tao is probably in order to break through to be a heavenly emperor. Do you know what the act of him breaking through to become a heavenly emperor means?" Old Drunkard had a lifeless look, his mind somewhat being overwhelmed. Medicine ancestor. What level of existence was that? This level of existence, he did not even dare to think about it. Heavenspan world, even if one was Heaven Glimpse or Grotto Profound Realm, they would also know the medicine ancestor's great name. He was the well-deserved alchemy world's #1 person. Yi Yuan actually already reached this kind of terrifying realm? Heavenly Emperor Xian, you knew that Old Drunkard's level was too low and did not know about the terror of Yi Yuan's Iden. 1. Tie it all. He ignored his shock and continued, "Once he breaks through to be a heavenly emperor, it signifies becoming a rank 8 alchemy G.O.D. At that time, the entire Heavenspan world's heavenly emperors would all have to curry favor with him. He hasn't truly risen yet currently. So this heavenly emperor is naturally happy to be able to form a good relations Hi+P with him. Brother Drunkard, these few days, you go to my place and we'll have a nice catch-up." Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Xian, you dragged Old Drunkard and left with a big smile. Swiftrain's subordinates were all shocked speechless. Only then did they know what kind of existence Heavenly Emperor Swiftrain provoked. Tang Yuching, this fool's action was indeed D.A.M.ning. Entering again the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan felt another wave of thoughts and feelings. Even if it was below 10 miles, there was an additional trace of different flavor in Yi Yuan's eyes too. The first time he came, his realm was too low and completely unable to experience the profoundness of the Heavenspan Mountain. Below 10 miles also contained extremely rich power of great Tao source. Yi Yuan affirmed these source power with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain one by one, continuously revamping and perfecting the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Yi Yuan went up the steps one at a time, his mind revolving rapidly. "You guys, look, that kid keeps walking up and actually doesn't know to stop and comprehend on Tao. What can he comprehend like this? Hoo-hoo, reckon that it's a fool. Maybe he's a genius. The things that you use several years before you can comprehend, he can comprehend after stopping a while." Towards Yi Yuan's actions, many people scoffed in derision. When everyone comprehended Tao, they would occupy an area and desperately go and comprehend. Keep going up like this, lapping up information without digesting, one could not comprehend anything at all. It was just that they did not know that Yi Yuan had long already fully comprehended the Tao below 10 miles. The things that he entered this time to comprehend were totally different from them. As he walked, Yi Yuan entered straight into the realm fog. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Chapter 2279. Above 10,000 miles. Chapter 2279. Above 10,000 miles. He walked into the realm fog? Could it be that he came to the heaven-span mountain to commit suicide? Ah, I remember it now. He's that person. Suddenly, a gray-robed man in the crowd cried out in surprise, seemingly recalling something. Many people who were comprehending Tao were all startled awake by his startled cry, all glaring at him. But the gray-robed man was completely oblivious. Someone said disdainfully, "Who is it, kicking up a big fuss over nothing?" He entered the realm fog. Could it be that he can still not die? The gray-robed man nodded his head like a realm fog and said, "Really won't die. I still didn't notice it previously, but when I saw him enter the realm fog just now, I suddenly remembered that 2,000 over years ago, someone also entered the realm fog before and even came out alive. That person just now was that person who entered the realm fog the last time. However, his temperament changed greatly. I didn't recognize him for a moment." "What? This is impossible." The gray-robed man smiled coldly and said, "What's impossible about it? The people who saw this scene at that time were not just me alone. During that while, it was seething with excitement below 10 miles. But after we went out and talked about it, and nobody believed it at all. At that time, I was just a third firmament divine lord. Over 2,000 years said, and I finally broke through to 9th firmament divine lord. But looking at his appearance, I wonder what kind of realm he has already reached." Somebody said curiously, "Could it be that he isn't at the divine lord realm? But I can't see through his depth." The gray-robed man said, "Heh, with this person's talent, how can he possibly just be divine lord realm after 2,000 years? Most likely, he's already true God realm." Somebody immediately said disdainfully, "Keep bragging, you. How can true God realms possibly enter from here?" The gray-robed man smiled coldly and said, "What the hell do you know? That person can't be gauged using common sense at all. Back then, when he entered the heaven-span mountain, he was only origin deity realm. He entered to break through to the divine lord realm. He's currently true God realm, entering from here and recomprehending again. I see no reason why not." The gray-robed man's words subverted everyone's understanding of the heaven-span mountain. However, many people still did not believe it. After all, the things that the gray-robed man said were seriously too inconceivable. Buzz, buzz. Inside the realm fog, blue electricity glowed indeterminately. Yi Yuan walked inside the fog and allowed those heaven punishment lightnings to land on his body freely. These heaven punishment lightnings did not pose the least bit of threat to the present Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan could feel the heaven-span mountains Tao through them. After careful understanding, Yi Yuan became more and more enlightened in his heart. Following that, he slowly walked out of the fog and arrived above 10 miles, the domain of celestial deity realm. The martial artists cultivating below were startled by this guy who suddenly appeared. It was impossible for anyone to come out of the realm fog. Those who entered all came in through the passageway. But now, there was actually a guy who emerged from the realm fog. How could they not be alarmed? However, Yi Yuan completely ignored their surprise, continuing to go up on his own. Yi Yuan had never been to this level before. After Yi Yuan came up, he instantly had another feeling. From below 10 miles to above 10 miles, integrating his cultivation method, as well as the lesser heaven-span mountains Tao, Yi Yuan discovered that everyone was wrong. His path was the correct path. Opening up a world after origin deity was tantamount to weaving a cocoon around oneself, blocking all possibility of making progress. In contrast, divine lord realms were more than a level worse than his divine vortex realm. Disregarding law comprehensions, under the same realm, His divine vortex realm was more than a magnitude stronger than divine lord realm. Even though it was just a reference, but actually Yi Yuan's divine vortex realm was stronger than divine lord realm regardless of whether in terms of quality or quant. 1 tai. And this gap widened further at celestial deity realm. According to Yi Yuan's inference, this gap would widen more evidently with each major realm in the future. Therefore, even though he was currently only at the peak chaos realm, but actually, his strength was no idea how many times stronger than ordinary peak Empyreans. Maybe it was not as good as first firmament heavenly emperor yet, but it was also not far off one. Therefore, that was why he could cut down 2 great heavenly emperors under the circumstances where he was behind in all aspects. What this relied on was not just the power of Source, there was also his powerful cultivation realm as a backing. Yi Yuan continued upward step by step, continuously verifying his comprehension. But his appearance already completely disrupted the cultivation above 10 miles. Where did this guy pop out from? This old man has cultivated for so many years, but I've never heard of anyone who could come out of the realm fog before. Who on earth is he? Looking at his appearance, he wouldn't be directly entering the realm fog above 100 miles, right? Everyone speculated one after another. Yi Yuan did not let them down either. Under everyone's gaze, he walked into the realm fog above 100 miles. Following that, it was above 1,000 miles. The places that Yi Yuan said by were bound to cause a commotion. This guy came out of the realm fog every time. But the realm fog was the forbidden land of all martial artists, and body could enter and still come out alive. After Yi Yuan left, those martial artists below could not cultivate anymore. They really wanted to see whether or not Yi Yuan could come out from inside. Then, in the entire Heavenspan Mountain, everyone stopped cultivating, all talking about this person. Of course, curiosity killed the cat. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the realm fog, there would always be someone who could not restrain their curiosity. They would follow him in. The result naturally went without saying. With Yi Yuan walking all the way up, quite a number of people attempted to imitate him. But after entering the realm fog, they discovered that this was completely not something that they could learn at all. Except, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Yi Yuan was not aware at all of his thoughts were already immersed in the enlightenment of Tao. This was the Holy Land to gain enlightenment on Tao, a Tao comprehending Holy Land even stronger than the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. To Yi Yuan's Tao heart, it was a retempering. And his aura also grew stronger and stronger. Inside the chaos world, wind and clouds surged. Tao marks were flickering incessantly as if brewing some As sieve changes. Above 1,000 miles, true God realm. Above 10,000 miles, Empyrean realm. Arriving above 10,000 miles, all the Empyreans looked at Yi Yuan with stunned faces, all extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's body even still had the burnt traces left behind by heaven punishment lightning. Electricity flashed on his body, giving people a hair-raising feeling. And all this was reminding everyone that he came out of the realm fog. Yi Yuan did not care at all. His cultivation method was already about to be perfected. As long as he walked until he reached above 10,000 miles, his cultivation method should be pretty much perfected. At that time, he would be able to open up his own world. A great world that belonged to him. That was right, what Yi Yuan was cleaving open was a great world. A great world virtually identical to the Heavenspan world. His great world was naturally not comparable to the Heavenspan world in terms of scale. But in terms of quality, Yi Yuan felt that it was not inferior at all. Why Yi Yuan? Suddenly, a weak voice sounded out, interrupting Yi Yuan's thoughts. One not far off as in raw power, no laws, no formation. Chapter 2280. Creation of the World. Chapter 2280. Creation of the World. Yi Yuan did not hear this voice. Currently, he already entered a mysterious realm. Walking along the way, his comprehension grew deeper and deeper. His consciousness already merged into the Heavenspan Mountain's laws. Currently, in Yi Yuan's eyes, the Heavenspan Mountain was no longer the Heavenspan Mountain but constructed out of one thick line after another. The moment these thick lines went out of the Heavenspan Mountain, they became thin threads. The thin threads interwove, spreading out, reaching into the distance. Yi Yuan fused his soul into Tao and saw this scene clearly. The thick lines and thin threads were in a very organic operation. It was as if operating according to some rule. The entire Heavenspan world was like an enormous running machine, and the Heavenspan Mountain was the core power for this machine's operations. The Heavenspan Mountain was operating internally, then spurred the entire Heavenspan Mountain to operate. Everything was running on its own according to some pattern. These thick lines should be the power of Source, right? These thin threads have the power of Source spreading out, it should be the various kinds of law powers. Power of Source is the root of the Heavenspan world's operation, dominating all life in the world. And the further up, the more complex these powers of Source. With my current realm, I'm unable to comprehend it at all. However, I don't need to comprehend these powers of Source currently, my world is created by me. Climbing to Heavenly Emperor, overlooking the world, how my world should be created can basically be decided already. Enlightenment gradually emerged in Yi Yuan's heart. Regarding how to create a new world, he had a clear outline too. Hence, he took a step forward and walked over towards the realm fog. Where did this guy pop out from? Is he going to enter the realm fog? He should be going to break through, right? Could it be that he's going to pass through the realm fog and reach the realm of Heavenly Emperor that's above 100,000 miles? What a powerful guy! Even Heavenly Emperors don't dare to pass through the realm fog, he actually can. The span of Empyrean realm was very large, ranging from 10,000 miles to 100,000 miles. Yi Yuan walking out of the realm fog already caused a great sensation in the entire Empyrean realm region. Hence, his every action attracted much attention. Now, he was about to step above 100,000 miles, it naturally caused an even greater commotion. There had never been anyone who sought a breakthrough using such a method on the Heavenspan Mountain. In the crowd, a beautiful figure dressed in a light blue veil kept watching Yi Yuan, her entire body shaking endlessly. Her words reached her mouth many times but were swallowed back down again. 1,000 over years was not long, but to her, it brought many changes like what was once the sea has now changed into mulberry fields. It was just that she did not expect that when she saw Yi Yuan again, it would be at such an occasion. The current Yi Yuan had clearly already entered an extremely rare state of epiphany. Once interrupted by her, he might waste all the previous efforts. Hence, she did not open her mouth. Only all the way until Yi Yuan's vanished completely into the realm fog did the tears in her eyes finally fall quietly. No idea how long had passed. Said either, she suddenly smiled brightly, like flowers blooming. A hint of resolve flashed across in her eyes, and she quickly turned around and went down the mountain. Above 900,000 miles, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had already been comprehending Tao here for more than 100,000 years. Living for 10 million years already, he already cultivated to the realm of 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. 10 million years of bitter cultivation, he finally reached peak 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. Entering the Heavenspan Mountain this time, he finally broke through the final profound hurdle and achieved the supreme existence of 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor. Ha ha! This Heavenly Emperor finally broke through. This Emperor's Deva Blight tribulation will be arriving very soon. Breaking through to 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor, my success rate will increase greatly. Absorb for me. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright raised his head to the sky and roared excitedly. Cultivation method revolving, He absorbed heaven and earth spiritual energy frenziedly, breaking through this final layer of shackles. Above 900,000 miles, how thick was the heaven and earth spiritual energy? Heavenly Emperor just bright swallowed like a whale swallowing seawater, absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy frenziedly. But all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. What's going on here? Why did all of the spiritual energy run down the mountain? Not good, the rate of loss of spiritual energy is too fast. It's already insufficient to support my breakthrough. Which D.A.M. N fellow is doing this kind of depraved thing? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. He was right at the critical juncture of breakthrough. In the end, he discovered that the heaven and earth spiritual energy was gone. This kind of situation was simply removing firewood from under the boiler. 100,000 miles to 1,000,000 miles, such a huge area was the Heavenly Emperor region. Even though the area was vast, when Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were placed in this vast region, it appeared very RSE. This region might not produce a breakthrough every tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Now, things were good. He finally managed to break through, but was forcefully interrupted by someone in the end. How aggravating! After persisting for a while, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright finally could not hold on anymore. He got to his feet, face black as the bottom of a pot, and went down the mountain seething with killing intent. I want to see who isn't afraid of death to dare SN. ATC. This Heavenly Emperor's heaven and earth spiritual energy. I can't take action on the Heavenspan mountain. So when this Heavenly Emperor goes out, I'll definitely dice you into pieces and vent the hatred in my heart. When Yi Yuan walked out of the realm fog, reaching the Heavenly Emperor region above 100,000 miles, he immediately had a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. Everything suddenly became clear. Rumble. Inside of the world within Yi Yuan's body, that region of chaos suddenly started trembling. The next instant, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon suddenly revolved. This time was more intense than any instance in the past. The heaven and earth spiritual energy above 100,000 miles gathered over toward Yi Yuan here frenziedly. Every one of Yi Yuan's pores was working at full power, absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy and converting it to divine essence. Currently, within Yi Yuan's body, it was like there were trillions of rivers merging into the sea. The incomparably berserk divine essence poured into the chaos world like a tsunami. The chaos world was expanding crazily. Currently, the chaos world was like a balloon. The berserk divine essence seemed to be pumping air inside. In a very short time, the circumference of the chaos world rapidly increased. From 100,000 feet to 200,000 feet, 500,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet, 10,000,000 feet. In a short while, Yi Yuan's chaos world expanded 100 times. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, the chaos world suddenly fissured from the middle, splitting into two. The top half became taller and taller, higher and higher. The lower half became lower and lower, increasingly lower. A figure suddenly appeared in the chaos world. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Only to see his palm face the sky, and suddenly smack a palm out. At the same time, his feet stomped fiercely. The two discs of chaos separated further and further, becoming more and more distinct from each other. No idea how long had passed. Said either, these two sides finally stabilized. Looking at this brand new world, Yi Yuan's face revealed a trace of a knowing smile. Chaos dividing into yin and yang, separating heaven and earth. One as heaven, one as earth. This realm, I'll call it the world realm then. Chapter 2281. Carrot and Stick. Chapter 2281. Carrot and Stick. Looking at his new world, Yi Yuan's face could not help revealing a wry smile. Even if expanded 100 times, My world is also just a drop in the ocean compared to the heaven-span world. Yi Yuan's internal world was not the slightest bit inferior to the heaven-span world in terms of quality. But in terms of scale, it was far inferior. Compared to the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan's internal world could be said to be a pocket-sized world. However, Yi Yuan was not discouraged. The heaven-span mountain was a complete world, while his world still had a lot of potentials which could keep on being tapped. He believed that one day, he could create a world that could be on par with the heaven-span mountain. I just broke through to the world realm currently, but the thickness in terms of divine essence is already not inferior to peak first firmament heavenly emperor. Coupled with time freeze and other divine abilities, even if I run into third firmament heavenly emperors, I have the power to fight too. The breakthrough this time, the increase in strength was tremendous. When he was at peak chaos realm, he could cut down a first firmament heavenly emperor powerhouse. Now that his strength soared, being able to rival third firmament heavenly emperors was not incomprehensible. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly and he cried out in shock, "It, here it is again." The eighth nirvanic tribulation arrived as promised. Every inch of Yi Yuan's body was becoming decayed and aged. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that the nirvanic tribulation this time actually could not be defied. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said with a cold snort, "So what if it can't be defied? I have an entire world as my backing. Can't I pull through a measly little nirvanic tribulation? Heaven and earth law impose on my body." Yi Yuan established a connection between his fleshy body and the entire chaos world, drawing on the chaos world's power endlessly. Those necrotic muscles were regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the rank 8 nirvanic tribulation was indeed terrifying. Even if he drew the power of the world, it could only barely manage to let the speed of regeneration catch up to the speed of necrosis. However, Yi Yuan's chaos world could draw the outside world's heaven and earth spiritual energy inexhaustibly to replenish. It was equivalent to Yi Yuan borrowing the power of the heaven-span mountain to tide over the nirvanic tribulation this time. No matter how strong your nirvanic tribulation was, it was also impossible to be stronger than the heaven-span mountain. No idea how long time had passed, and then the nirvanic tribulation finally stopped. The speed of regeneration finally surpassed the rate of necrosis. His fleshy body was rapidly recovering. Finished transcending the nirvanic tribulation, Yi Yuan felt lingering fear too. No wonder no one dared to cultivate the perfect 9 transformations golden body. This rank 8 nirvanic tribulation isn't some nirvanic tribulation, but a certain death tribulation. My chaos world is so powerful and I was still in such perilous danger. If it were others, they would have long died 10 times over. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. But the more dangerous, the greater the benefits obtained naturally. Currently, Yi Yuan's fleshy body obtaining the blessing of Heavenly Emperor could forcefully contend with Heavenly Emperor's spirit treasures. His casual punch could blow up a first firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. The fog gathered by heaven and earth spiritual energy finally scattered away, revealing Yi Yuan's figure. Turns out that it's a first firmament Heavenly Emperor little baby. Punk, you're deliberately causing trouble, right? Impudent brat, if you don't give this Emperor an explanation today, this Emperor will definitely make you regret being born in this world. Punk, you simply incur the wrath of G.O.D.S. and men when you do things. Do you know that you've already offended all of the Heavenly Emperors on the mountain? The moment Yi Yuan appeared, he was drowned by spittles. A large group of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses surrounded, all scolding with flushed faces, filled with righteous indignation. Yi Yuan had a blank look, completely unaware of what was going on. In the crowd, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly rushed in front of Yi Yuan, pointed at Yi Yuan's node, and said viscously, "Punk, This heavenly emperor has remembered you. Just you wait, after going out of the heaven-span mountain, this heavenly emperor will hunt you down till the end of the world." The moment heavenly emperor Just Bright spoke up, the rest quietened down and used a very pitiful gaze to look at him. This guy was too tragic. Finally managed to corroborate the path of ninth firmament heavenly emperor's supreme realm. In the end, the spiritual energy was directly drained by Yi Yuan, forcefully interrupting his breakthrough. No idea when would be the next time he found this opportunity. Right, kill him. Not killing him, this old man can't stomach this anger. Kill him. Kill him. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "Senior, how did I offend you? There's no need to be so cruel, right?" Heavenly Emperor Just Bright stomped about in a frenzy and said, "How did you offend me? How did you offend me? You just offended me." Actually, it was not like this mountain full of heavenly emperor powerhouses did not struggle before. When Yi Yuan plundered the spiritual energy, they also attempted to absorb spiritual energy. But, no matter how high their realm was, they could not win Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan this side was like a vacuum zone, the heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered over here frenziedly. No matter how hard they worked, it was all useless. Yi Yuan's expression was odd. Suddenly, he grinned and said, "Since everyone wants to kill me, then I can't let you all go out of the heaven-span mountain." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said with a disdainful look, "Not letting us go out, bang?" Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's words were said halfway when it abruptly stopped, his face already struck by Yi Yuan's fist, fresh blood pouring. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, one punch after another pummeling the group of heavenly emperors until they fled helter-skelter, wails of doom filling the lands. No matter how strong they were, they could not escape Yi Yuan's violent hands at all. Ah, why? Why isn't he restricted by the Heaven-span mountain and can attack at will? Heaven-span mountain, open your eyes and smite this guy. D-A-M-N it. D-A-M-N it. Why doesn't the Heaven-span mountain have any reaction at all? The heavenly emperors all shouted frantically, but the Heaven-span mountain still did not have the slightest bit of activity. Before long, the strongest group of people in this world fell to the ground. They did not dare to fight back and could only get beaten. Yi Yuan did not kill but beat until they cried for their father and mother. Eighth transformation perfect golden body was no joke. Yi Yuan grabbed Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and smashed a fist on his face again and said, "Still want to kill me? Kill. Blocking one's breakthrough is akin to killing people's parents. Kill me today if you have the ability. Otherwise, this Heavenly Emperor will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the world." Bang. Still killing or not? Killing. Bang. Still killing or not? Not killing anymore. Not killing anymore. You. Stop hitting me. Yi Yuan let go of Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and said with a sigh, "Wouldn't there be no need to suffer so much physical hards? H-I+P if you say it earlier? Swear a heavenly Tao oath then." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had an appearance like his parents had died. Under Yi Yuan's despotic power, he swore a heavenly Tao oath. Yi Yuan did not kill. He only beat these guys until they were in pain, and then forced them to swear a heavenly Tao oath one by one. After everything was settled, Yi Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being hunted down by the mountain full of heavenly emperor powerhouses was not a fun thing. After he finished forcing everyone to swear the heavenly Tao oath, Yi Yuan arrived before Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and patted his shoulder. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright jumped in fright and said with a mournful face, I already swore the heavenly Tao oath." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder brother, today's matter was my fault. In order to compensate you, this Yi can refine a 9 refinements cloud heaven pill for you free." Chapter 2282, Well Beaten. Chapter 2282, Well Beaten. 9 refinements cloud heaven pill. You You know how to refine the 9 refinements Cloudheaven Pill? Hearing the name 9 refinements Cloudheaven Pill, Heavenly Emperor Justbright's breathing could not help becoming tense. But very soon, he smiled coldly and said, "Continue bragging, kid. Don't talk about the fact that you just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm. Even if you cultivate to 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor, it's also impossible to refine the 9 refinements Cloudheaven Pill. Rank 8 divine pills were too difficult to refine. To Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, even the most rubbish medicinal pill could make them excited for many years. Rank 8 divine pills were supreme-level medicinal pills. Without the strength of Ancestor Realm, there was no way to touch it at all. But even if you had Ancestor Realm strength, it also did not mean that you could refine rank 8 divine pills. Therefore, the number of 8-star alchemy gods was few and far between. Furthermore, the further 8-star alchemy gods went up, the more difficult it got. A 9 refinements Cloudheaven Pill was a level 7 difficulty and above rank 8 divine pill. The refining difficulty could be imagined. Even some 8-star alchemy gods with extremely deep qualifications could not refine it, let alone talk about a brat who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor. 8-star alchemy gods that could refine the 9 refinements Cloudheaven Pill, each one was a supreme-level figure of the Heavenspan world. In terms of status, they were much higher than even Heavenly Emperor Justbright, this 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor. A kid who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm said that he wanted to refine the 9 refinements Cloudheaven Pill. Wasn't this a joke? Hoo-hoo, kid, you got to run it through your head when you're boasting. If you can refine the 9 refinements Cloudheaven Pill, then I can eat the Heavenspan mountain. Who do you think you are? The reincarnation of the medicine ancestor? Able to refine the 9 refinements Cloudheaven Pill the moment you broke through? Yi Yuan's words immediately drew a wave of ridicule. Yi Yuan did not care and said with a light smile, "Brother Justbright, this Yi isn't joking with you. Later, you come to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find me. However, you have to gather the rank 8 spirit medicines yourself. This Yi isn't so loaded." Finished talking, he turned around and walked towards the transmission array, and went out to the Heavenspan world. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, this name is so familiar. It's him. Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan cried out in surprise. The others had baffled looks, not knowing what this guy was yelling about. The name of this Bodhidharma they had never heard before. It was clearly a minor faction. Kicking up a big fuss for what? Southern border, that kind of small place. What major faction can there be, being all startled? Heavenly Emperor Justbright wiped the blood on his face and said unhappily. Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan said, "You all have been in retreat here for many years and completely don't know how terrifying this person is." When everyone heard it, they could not help becoming interested. Someone said, "It's just breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, what's there to be afraid of?" But his cultivation method is indeed rather sinister, to actually drain all the heaven and earth spiritual energy above 100,000 miles. But so what? In the outside world, I can smack him to death with one slap. But Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan became more and more excited, and he said, "The significance of him breaking through to Heavenly Emperor is extraordinary. Lord Justbright, your beating wasn't in vain, you made a fortune." The moment Heavenly Emperor Justbright heard this, he was greatly enraged and said, "Punk, this emperor remembered you. This emperor can't do anything to that punk, but could it be that I still can't do anything to you?" Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan's expression changed greatly. He was just a first firmament Heavenly Emperor, so how could he stand being marked by Heavenly Emperor Justbright? He waved his hand repeatedly and explained in FLU. "Esther, Lord Justbright, calm your anger. Hear me say it entirely first. This Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma is a new faction that just rose up in these recent few centuries. But no one dares to ignore this faction in the heaven-span world anymore. That kid earlier is Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's leader. And he also has another ident. One Tai. He is the priest temple's second sage. Second sage. Sacred ancestor high priest is in existence second only to the medicine ancestor. He's the priest temple's second sage. Then, when everyone heard this name, their faces finally became solemn. This second sage was not what anybody could take on. This Ti could only be recognized by the sacred ancestor high priest himself. Furthermore, once he acknowledged it, it was equivalent to saying that Yi Yuan had strength that was not inferior to him. But, a brat who just broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm, how could he possibly stand on equal footing as sacred ancestor high priest? Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan nodded and said, not long ago, when he was still a 7-star alchemy God, he refined an end spirit divine grade 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill and forcefully created a Heavenly Emperor. At that time, he was hailed as the next medicine ancestor. Now, he broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. The words at the back, Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan did not speak, but the meaning was already very clear. This guy was remarkable. This kind of supreme level 8-star alchemy God would become the target of all Heavenly Emperors to suck up to. The Heavenly Emperors present were already stunned by Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan's words. A 7-star alchemy God refining an end spirit divine grade 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. This level of skill was simply an accomplishment that Serpa S said ancient and modern times. Now that he broke through to Heavenly Emperor realm, wouldn't it be incredible? 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill was indeed hard to refine, but to Yi Yuan, it did not seem to be something beyond comprehension. Ha ha! Well beaten! Well beaten! Beaten too well! Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly burst into laughter, and said 3 well beaten in a row, and said agitatedly, Kid, what you said is right, this beating was indeed not in vain. This Emperor won't hunt you down anymore, and even have to thank you well. If that boy can refine and end Spirit 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, this Emperor will also have more confidence in transcending the Deva Blight tribulation. Well beaten. Really well beaten. Ha ha ha! Heavenly Emperor Just Bright laughed crazily, but everyone understood his feelings very well. Breaking through to become a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor was nothing. The scariest thing was still the Deva Blight tribulation. And Spirit 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill was much more helpful to Heavenly Emperor Just Bright than breaking through to 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor. At this time, everyone could not help looking at Heavenly Emperor Just Bright rather enviously. This beating, he took it too beautifully. If they could, they would be willing to be pummeled into a pig's head by Yi Yuan. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright did not break through to become a 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor this time, but he had blessings come to him in the disguise of misfortune. Haha, still cultivate my ASS. This Emperor will go out right now and quickly collect the spirit medicines and find that oh no, find that master to refine the pill. Everyone, goodbye. As he said, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright left with a big laugh. Yi Yuan left the Heavenspan Mountain through the transmission array and arrived at the Heavenly Fate Town where Heavenly Emperor powerhouses climbed the mountain. Returning to the Heavenspan world, he could teleport and return to Southfoot Town swiftly. Breaking through to World Realm, Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably thick. A greater teleportation was the distance of 1,000,000 miles. But when he was just about to leave, he heard somebody shout behind him, "This! Younger brother Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan turned out and looked. Who could it be if not Heavenly Emperor Just Bright? But seeing his fawning look, he clearly already knew his ident. One Tai. It's brother Just Bright, huh? Why did you come out so quickly? Heavenspan Mountain Dao comprehension is the optimal place to break through, Yi Yuan said with a joking look. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's old face was thick and he said with a smile, With you, this great deity around, still cultivate my ASS. This old man will go and find spirit medicines right away, and then I'll go to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma to find you later. You can't renege on what you promised me. Chapter 2283, Old Friend. Chapter 2283. Old friend. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, if you're looking for spirit medicines, might as well take a trip with me together to Cloud Heart Realm. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is hosting the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. I believe that there won't be a shortage of rank 8 spirit medicines. Although he did not deliberately interrupt Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's breakthrough, this consequence was indeed caused by him. With Yi Yuan's personality, he would naturally make up for it. Moreover, this matter was merely a matter of lifting a hand to him. Cloudheart Realm was the medicine ancestor's Bodhidharma. The medicine ancestor opened up a world of his own and was aloof from worldly things. The Heavenspan world's alchemy path powerhouses all took pride in being able to enter the Cloudheart Realm. It was just that the difficulty of entering Cloudheart Realm was too high. Those with ordinary Iden 1. ties could not enter at all. Cloudheart Realm was the well-deserved number 1 alchemy holy land of the Heavenspan world. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was surprised when he heard that and said, there's actually still this sort of thing? Cloudheart Realm hasn't had any major activities in very long. Why did the medicine ancestor suddenly think of hosting this sort of grand event this time? He was in close seclusion for many years and completely did not know about this. But with Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's status, he naturally knew about the moving direction of the Cloudheart Realm. The Cloudheart Realm had always been aloof from worldly affairs. It would not care about everything in the secular world at all. Even if they really organized something like an alchemy conference, it would also be held by his disciples in the secular world. They would not go to the Cloudheart Realm at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if I said that it was organized in order to take a hit at me, will you believe me? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright laughed loudly, his expression suddenly reining in as he said, I won't believe even if you beat me to death. What kind of status does the medicine ancestor have? Why would he personally make a move to take you, a junior, down? Even if you're the priest temple's second sage, with your current strength, his disciples giving you a blow is more than enough. Why would he need to drag in so many people? Even though he knew that Yi Yuan was the second sage, he did not have a clear understanding of Yi Yuan's strength. Even if Yi Yuan could refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven Pill, wanting to reach the level of Tao Ancestor's realm, it was still too far away. Tao Pills, that was the highest pinnacle of the alchemy path, and this step was virtually impossible to take. Since time immemorial, how many Estonis, HI plus Ingly talented alchemy powerhouses had attempted to reach the level of Tao Pill, but they all did not succeed. Now, the Heavenspan world's Tao Pill powerhouses were far too few. Yi Yuan still had to continue working hard to prove his strength. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan had long already refined a Tao Pill. If not because of this, why would the medicine ancestor take up arms and hold the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time? But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain these. He just shrugged and said, come on. The two people left Heavenly Fate Town and were just about to teleport away, but discovered that there were some tiny black dots in the distance. Looking at the appearance, it was a group of people besieging a person. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright frowned and said, a bunch of little guys, a small squabble, no need to care about them, come on. He looked over towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, his entire person already stepping out on the sky, and went over there with one step. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, spatial law. What swift speed! This boy is indeed very peculiar. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Plus several streaks of sword lights flashed past. There was instantly only one person left on the battlefield. When a woman in blue garments saw Yi Yuan, It was as if her entire person was drained, falling down softly. Yi Yuan's expression changed, hurriedly going up to support. At this time, he was incomparably surprised in his heart. This girl in front of him was the Shadow Moon Sect's senior apprentice sister Bailey Qinyan when he was in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm. This girl who should be in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm actually appeared in the Heavenspan world. Seeing Bailey Qinyan, Yi Yuan's head suddenly exploded. When he was comprehended Dao on the Heavenspan mountain previously, Bailey Qinyan seemed to have called out softly in the crowd. But at that time, all of his body and mind were immersed in comprehending the Chaos Heavenspan canon and did not hear at all. But when Yi Yuan's consciousness at that time fused into Heavenly Dao, he naturally saw everything around him clearly. Looking back now, wasn't Bailey Qinyan above 10,000 miles? She came to find him. Yi Yuan made his judgment straight away. If not for seeing Bailey Qinyan here, Yi Yuan would have even forgotten this person. Regarding Bailey Qinyan's affection, Yi Yuan naturally knew about it. But his heart could not accommodate other women at all anymore. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that Bailey Qinyan was actually so deeply in love, secretly running out of the Bamboo Grove Void Realm. Furthermore, looking at her appearance, Bailey Qinyan should have run out very, very early on. Otherwise, with Bailey Qinyan's apartment attitude, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate to Empyrean realm in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm. Only by coming to the Heavenspan world and having fortuitous encounters time and again could she cultivate to the Empyrean realm within such a short time. In an instant, Yi Yuan thought of many things. When Bailey Qinyan saw Yi Yuan, her face revealed a trace of a slight smile. Using all of her strength, she said, "Being able to die in your arms, I'm perfectly contented." Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "With me around, you won't die." The current Bailey Qinyan, her life force was already severed, her life fading away rapidly. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright already arrived too. Taking a look at the injuries on Bailey Qinyan's body, he shook his head and said, "It's useless, her life force has already been thoroughly cut off. Even if you're the second sage, there's no way to save it all. Unless the medicine ancestor comes in person." Yi Yuan turned around and shot him a fierce glare, and said in a cold voice, "Shut up for me. Come over, use your longevity to channel qi to her." Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's expression changed and he said, "Rubbus. Plus this Emperor's blight tribulation is about to arrive soon, using longevity to channel qi to her, isn't it courting death? Moreover, even if I channel qi to her, it's also just delaying her death, it can't save her at all. This kind of loss-making transaction, this Emperor won't do it." Yi Yuan bellowed, "Enough C.R.A.P. Your loss in longevity, I'll help you make up for it. In addition, not counting refining the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill this time, I'll owe you a favor." When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright heard this, his eyebrows shot up and he said, "Is this for real? If you keep on talking F*King nonsense, do you believe that I won't even help you to refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill anymore?" Yi Yuan exploded with a rare swear word. Bailey Qinyan's life was rapidly dissipating, continuing to delay, and it would really be hopeless. He was burning with anxiety and this guy was still rambling nonsense. How could he not be angry? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright did not dare to talk rubbish and hurriedly came over to use his longevity to help Bailey Qinyan extend her life. Yi Yuan let go of Bailey Qinyan and immediately went to one side to meditate, his entire person entering a state of emptiness. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw this scene, he could not help saying very curiously, "What in this boy doing? Can meditating a bit save this girl? This kid wouldn't be swindling me, right? 1 breath, 10 breaths, 100 breaths." 100 breaths later, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, both hands pointing out in the void non-stop. An incomparably complex grand array quickly formed in the void. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was greatly astonished. Such a complicated and elaborate array formation was absolutely not what 8-star formation GODS could set up. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had never seen before the scene of Yi Yuan refining the Chaos Samsara pill. If he had seen it before, he would know what Yi Yuan was doing. He was going to refine a Tao pill. Chapter 2284. Things still remained the same, but the people were no longer the same. Chapter 2284. Things still remained the same, but the people were no longer the same. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had broad and profound knowledge, and he had naturally heard of Tao pills before. Except, it was merely limited to hearsay only too. Tao pills were too rare. Forget about him, a Heavenly Emperor expert, even if it was a Deva realm powerhouse. Those who had actually seen before Tao pills could be counted on one hand too. And the value of a Tao pill was already impossible to measure using divine essence stones. The array formation that Yi Yuan set up became more and more complicated. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright became more and more alarmed as he watched. Actually, prior to this, he more or less still had some doubts. That Heavenly Emperor Qing Shan's words were indeed too fantastical. After all, Yi Yuan's realm was too low. But witnessing Yi Yuan's inconceivable means one after another, he finally believed it. Yi Yuan, this second sage Tli was well deserved, and this also greatly increased his confidence towards Yi Yuan. Suddenly, an aura of great Tao source suddenly descended, making Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's pupils constrict. Formation rise, pill condense. It was only to hear Yi Yuan give a cold cry. The grand array erupted with an extremely brilliant light. The aura of great Tao source suddenly entered the grand array, fusing together with those spirit medicines. Tao pill. Absolutely won't be wrong, this must be a Tao pill. It must be a Tao pill. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's voice suddenly became agitated. He was an old monster who had lived for 1 trillion years, but Tao pill this sort of thing, it was still his first time seeing one. Tao pills were too rare. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said in shock, could it be that what he said was true? Myriad Region Alchemy Conference is really only organizing the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time because he dreads him? This is also too inconceivable. Talented people will be born to take over the previous generation, each leading a domain for 1,000,000 years. Looks like the medicine ancestor really encountered his match this time. Seeing Yi Yuan refine the Tao pill, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly associated it with many things. Only at this time did he truly understand how serious a promise from Yi Yuan was. Helping him refine the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill, he really picked up a treasure. Some longevity in exchange for a favor from Yi Yuan, this deal was really a bargain. Freaking this emperor is really too lucky to actually run into such a good thing. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright could not resist swearing. Very soon, the light faded. True's golden medicinal pill suspended in the air. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and seized it, bringing it over. Bailey Qinyan had long already lost consciousness. Yi Yuan pried open her mouth and sent the medicinal pill in. Master Yi, what medicinal pill is this? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright asked with a curious look. No name. Yi Yuan said without even looking at him. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said in surprise, how can a medicinal pill not have a name? Why must a medicinal pill have a name? You were meditating just now, could it be in order to create a new pill formula? Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan did not speak, declining to comment. But by the side, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was shocked speechless. Meditating for 100 breaths and creating a Tao pill. Just how monstrous was this guy? Ugh! Bailey Qinyan let out a groan in her sleep, gradually waking up. I'm not dead yet? She was a little surprised as she said. When she saw Yi Yuan walk into the realm fog, she knew that Yi Yuan would probably come out of Heavenly Fate Town. Hence, she decisively went down the mountain and killed all the way over from another town. But these people's strengths were too strong, she used too many spells that stimulated her potential along the way. When she saw Yi Yuan, she was already severely wounded. Coupled with the sequela caused by stimulating her potential, she was already on the verge of death. But Yi Yuan's medicinal pill forcefully dragged her back from the god of death. "With me around you can't die," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Bailey Qinyan forced a smile and said, "Not seeing for close to 2,000 years, you've already become so formidable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You also became a lot stronger." Bailey Qinyan stared at Yi Yuan and said with a multiple 1. 2 to feelings, "I thought that I would never see you again. Heaven took pity on me, I actually saw you when in a hopeless situation." Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Silly girl." Bailey Qinyan smiled and said, "I know that I'm silly, I clearly knew that it wasn't possible, but I still couldn't control myself from wanting to see you. Therefore, you guys just left and I already followed you guys out. I thought that I could find you, but I didn't expect that this parting was close to 2,000 years." Yi Yuan was slightly moved and said, "What in the world did you experience these 2,000 years? Who were the people hunting you down earlier?" Dao pills were Dao pills. When talking, Bailey Qingyan's complexion already improved a lot. When Heavenly Emperor just bright by the side saw this scene, his eyes went wide. This Laos was clearly a person who was about to die just now. In a twinkle, she was alive and well? Was this the power of a Dao pill? Dao pills, he only heard before how magical it was, but it was still his first time truly witnessing its might. This kind of means simply transformed the rotten into something magical. With Yi Yuan around, it was really hard to die even if one wanted to. Bailey Qinyan slowly sat up, an additional hint of determination in her expression. Previously when she saw him, her eyes were full of tenderness. But at this time, when her injuries got better, this hint of determination was revealed unnaturally. Yi Yuan discovered that Bailey Qinyan was different from before. When in the bamboo grew void realm, she was just a genius disciple. Although her talent was decent, she was like a flower in a greenhouse. But now there was an additional strong murderous air in Bailey Qingyan's eyes. This showed that she had experienced no idea how many killings in these few years. Bailey Qinyan was neither too fast nor too slow, slowly recounting her experiences over these few years. But Yi Yuan's expression gradually became gloomy. The ordeals that Bailey Qinyan experienced these few years were simply unimaginable. To a girl, for her to be able to pull through was simply a miracle. How many times I wanted to die to end it. But, not seeing you, I'm still unwilling. It's precisely this unwillingness that supported me to this day. Originally, seeing you, my wish was already fulfilled and I could die with my eyes closed. Didn't expect that I was saved by you. Talking up to here, Bailey Qingyan's eyes turned dim. When in the bamboo grew void realm, I couldn't help falling in love and didn't think that much at all. But after arriving at the heavenspan world, experiencing life and death countless times, only then did I gradually understand that it's simply impossible between us. However, I'll still want to go and find you uncontrollably. It's just that I was controlled by them and couldn't escape at all. Originally, dying was my best option. That way, at least I can occupy a place in your heart. Yet, you brought me back to life. The present Bailey Qinyan was no longer the Bailey Qinyan back then long ago. However, her heart towards him had never changed before. Yi Yuan did not say anything. He had no way of promising Bailey Qinyan. Just as Bailey Qinyan said, his heart could not accommodate her. Except, everything that Bailey Qinyan endured was all because of him. On this aspect, he could not sit by idly and remain indifferent. Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said, "Senior apprentice Sister Bailey, lead the way." Bailey Qinyan was taken aback and asked, "Where to?" "To kill." Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. Chapter 2285. Killing People. Chapter 2285. Killing People. Middle Realm, River Sun. Great Imperial Capital. In a certain underground palace, a man in white was currently playing with two concubines. A subordinate came in hastily and reported, Lord Branchhead, the few Empyreans who were pursuing Bailey Chinyan, that Laius s. their soul tablets have all shattered. They should already be all dead. What? 5 9th Firmament Empyreans hunting down an 8th Firmament Empyrean actually died? When did that girl become so powerful? The man in white almost jumped up. The subordinate said with difficulty, about this. Subordinate doesn't know. The man in white was silent and did not speak. Suddenly, he said, go and get her soul tablet over. Looks like this emperor is going to take action myself. Jeej, this Laius S is really feisty, to rather die than submit to this emperor. This emperor wants to see where she can hide to? Before long, the subordinate came over carrying Bailey Chinyan's soul tablet. The man in white took the soul tablet, a look of amuse, ENT on his face. His divine sense sunk into the soul tablet. Suddenly, his brows knitted tightly together. The man in white said with a strange look on his face, hang on, why do I sense that she's currently very near to me? You didn't sense wrongly. She's indeed right here. At this time, a calm and collected voice sounded out. Following that, 3 figures slowly walked out of the darkness. One of them was precisely Bailey Chinyan. And among these 3 people, that old man gave him a feeling of extreme danger. What a powerful aura! Virtually without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly stomped his foot. The void trembled. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, and his aura also became illusory. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, concealment arts. Not good, he's going to run away. Immobilize. However, his voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Everything suddenly paused. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright looked at Yi Yuan dumbfoundedly and stammered, Heavenly Tao true word. You? Just how many trump cards do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, don't worry, you'll see it little by little. As he said, he slowly walked into the darkness and pointed. The man in white was like a deflated ball, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. The man in white was merely a first firmament heavenly emperor. To Yi Yuan, killing him did not need the slightest effort at all. Yi Yuan carried him and directly threw him in front of Bailey Chinyan, and said coolly, you do it yourself. Bailey Chinyan looked at the powerful heavenly emperor. He could not even make a move in front of Yi Yuan, and she could not help feeling a burst of pride. The present Yi Yuan was really too strong. Instead, he sent subordinates to hunt down Bailey Chinyan. Bailey Chinyan was helpless and could only hide on the Heavenspan mountain. At that place, those ASSA's sins did not dare to take action. But she never thought that she actually ped into Yi Yuan there. It was also considered meeting with life in a desperate situation. However, it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan thoroughly rampaged against the Death Soul Gate. How did this happen? How can this be? You guys can't kill me. If you kill me, the Death Soul Gate won't let you all off. Rui Qin roared. Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, you all are merely the divine race's lackeys, yet you still don't know it. Truly lamentable. Rest assured, the Death Soul Gate can't jump around for more than a few days anymore. Who's H? Plus a cold light flashed. Bailey Chinyan already attacked with her sword. Rui Qin's divine sea was thoroughly sealed by Yi Yuan, and he was completely unable to make use of world power to protect his body. This sword was neat and tidy. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed forward, grabbing Rui Qin's divine soul in his hand. An overbearing divine sense suddenly crushed over. He wanted to soul search as a heavenly emperor, Rui Qin definitely knew quite a bit about the Death Soul Gate's secret. However, a cloud of black energy suddenly erupted, attempting to extinguish Rui Qin's divine soul. This was the seal added in Rui Qin's divine soul. Once someone searched the soul, he would be directly annihilated, and cause a fatal blow to the soul searcher. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Playing this in front of me, you're just showing off in the presence of an expert." His divine soul suddenly turned into a large hand and directly grabbed at that seal. Then, under this large hand, that seal was actually forcefully pressed back down. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright stared dumbfoundedly with slack jaws. This kind of divine soul fight was the most dangerous. Yi Yuan's divine soul was even more tyrannical than his divine essence. It was completely unreasonable, directly pressing the seal back and forcefully searching the soul. What this kind of exchange competed in was not just soul force. There was also comprehension toward the divine soul. Yi Yuan had clearly already reached the acme of perfection in the path of divine soul. Chapter 2286. Pulling Up by the Roots. Chapter 2286. Pulling Up by the Roots. Have you guys heard? In a short few months' time, the Death Soul Gate's major and minor branches already have several dozen of them destroyed. The Death Soul Gate has committed all sorts of evil and finally brought retribution upon themselves. How gratifying! I really didn't expect that even Cloudlink Mountain Range is actually the Death Soul Gate's a sin base. I heard that there were 3 powerhouses who went over and directly wiped them out all at once, rescuing hundreds of thousands of martial artists. No idea who did this either, but it's truly the greatest good. Those martial artists who escaped said that the leader was a youth in white. When he charged into Cloudlink Mountain Range, he used Heavenly Tao True Word and froze S.P.A.C. time. Being able to use this move, it should be Second Sage Yi Yuan, right? It's actually him. Second Sage really did a great thing. A short few months' time, Yi Yuan destroyed a large number of major and minor Death Soul Gate branches. This organization's structure was extremely secretive. If not for Yi Yuan opening up a gap from Rui Qin, he could not find the way at all. However, once this gap was opened up, it was like a breached bank. Yi Yuan killed all the way over, and searched souls all the way, and grasped more and more secrets. In the end, he finally touched the killer base of the Death Soul Gate, and then he brought Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and pushed over. Cloudlink Mountain Range's killer base was precisely the place where Bailey Qinyan was trained. Except, each time Bailey Qinyan went in and out, she could not figure out the direction at all. Hence, there were countless killers who walked out of here, but no one knew that this place was the Death Soul Gate's training base. And this place also had white bones buried in the hundreds of millions. Fortunately, Yi Yuan tracked down by following the clues and finally found this place from a Death Soul Gate upper echelon's body. This time, Yi Yuan virtually pulled the Death Soul Gate up by the root. As the divine race's lackey, the Death Soul Gate's master was also merely fourth firmament Heavenly Emperor cultivation. After all, the divine race was also unable to control heavenly emperors that were too powerful. Under Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's formidable strength, they could not stand up to a single blow at all. The reason why the Death Soul Gate was powerful was precisely because of its mysteriousness and unknown. And once this secret was revealed, the Death Soul Gate would also become fish on the chopping board, being placed at the mercy of others. Inside the hidden lineage's small world, Third Elder Ru Feng was angered until he stomped his feet in anger. It's this brat again. It's this brat again. This time, I must tear his corpse into countless pieces, Ru Feng said in a thunderous rage. By the side, Divine Daughter Rong Xie also had a solemn look as she said, the Death Soul Gate being uprooted, it's equivalent to our hidden lineage losing its eyes to monitor the heaven-span world. This is very bad news to us. Head Elder Ji Ling sighed and said, in order to establish the Death Soul Gate, this old man expended a lot of effort back then, using means to deceive everybody, establish HI plus ing it under the eyelids of the human race's major powers. In order to prevent news from being leaked, I even specially added a divine soul seal to each heavenly emperor. I didn't expect that kid can actually crack the divine soul seal and track down by following the clues. Sigh. Really underestimated him. The human race had quite a number of major powers that came from the previous era. These people were extremely guarded against the divine race. Even Ji Ling, this level of powerhouse, did not dare show his face easily too. Otherwise, what awaited them would be a catastrophe. Death Soul Gate could be said to be Ji Ling's painstaking effort. He did not expect that it was actually wiped out in one fell swoop by Yi Yuan. Ru Feng said fiercely, "Head Elder, I'll go and kill this punk." Not killing him, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Ji Ling shook his head and said, "At this time, we can't stir up unnecessary incidents. The Divine Martial Hall's lords will be coming out of seclusion very soon, and the Two Worlds seal has already loosened too. The opportunity for our divine race to rise up again is already ripe. This time, with our high-level combat power, coupled with the help of the Abyss Devil race, we'll surely be able to completely defeat the human race. If something goes wrong at this time, then all previous efforts will be wasted, better to bear with it." Ru Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said in a cold voice, "Humph! That punk got off lucky. After our divine race returns anew, the first one that this elder is going to kill will be this punk." Seeing Yi Yuan again, Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu felt jitters. This person was very dangerous. Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu was greatly shocked in his heart. When Yi Yuan went on a trip up the Heavenspan mountain, his strength was actually already so terrifying. Ha ha! Younger brother Yi truly brings great joy to the Ma. SSCS. This Death Soul Gate is like a fly, plaguing the Heavenspan world for no idea how many years already. Many people wanted to get rid of them, but these guys were too mysterious. People couldn't find their lair at all. It's still younger brother Yi who's impressive, pulling them up by the roots the moment you make your move. Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu sighed with admiration as he said. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The Death Soul Gate is nothing to be scared of. The divine race behind them is the most terrifying. In an epoch's time, the divine race has a CCU, Mulat G.O. D knows how formidable a strength. Once it erupts, the Heavenspan world will probably be plunged into an abyss of suffering." Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu said in puzzlement, "The divine race." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The Heavenspan world's former ruler. In the last epoch, the divine race was defeated by the human, demon, and fiend races teaming up. The divine race then retreated to the abyss world. Before long, they will stage a comeback." Hiss! Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu sucked in a cold breath. This kind of secret, it was still his first time hearing. Yi Yuan said coolly, "These few days, many thanks to Brother Xin Yu for taking care of Senior Drunkard. In order to express thanks, this Yi will refine a medicinal pill for Brother Xin Yu." Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu's entire body trembled, and he immediately burst into ecstasy. Only when Old Drunkard saw Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu's reaction did he know how high Yi Yuan's current status was. He also finally understood what Xin Yu said to him meant. "In that case, I really have to thank younger brother Yi very much." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In the era of great struggle, an additional portion of strength is an additional portion of protection. Brother Xin Yu, treasure it." Yi Yuan helped Xin Yu finish refining the medicinal pill, then took his leave. After Yi Yuan left, a figure slowly appeared beside Heavenly Emperor Xin Yu. Xin Yu bowed in salute and said, "Lord Swordtime, how is this boy?" This man was precisely the Deva 4th Blight Supreme Powerhouse, Heavenly Emperor Swordtime. Heavenly Emperor Swordtime slowly opened his mouth and said, "He discovered me." Xin Yu was startled and said, "How is this possible?" If a Deva 4th Blight Sovereign had the intention to hide, Even ninth firmament heavenly emperors had no way of discovering too. Yi Yuan just broke through to Heavenly Emperor and he could already discover Heavenly Emperor sword times spying? His understanding of Heavenly Tao already exceeded your imagination. This boy will surely achieve great things in the future. It's just that I don't know if there's time for him to grow or not. Swordtime said, deep in thought. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu's face changed and he said, Your Excellency, why are you also? Could it be that this divine race is really so terrifying? Swordtime's expression was solemn as he said, More terrifying than you think. Doomsday battle isn't just casual talk. Once the war starts, it will obliterate the heavens and decimate the earth. Even a Tao ancestor, that level of a powerhouse, will find it hard to not get involved too. Because the divine race has existences rivaling Tao ancestors too. Heavenly Emperor Xian Yu's mind shook wildly, his gaze being full of astonishment. Chapter 2287. Afraid that you can't clean up the mess. Chapter 2287. Afraid that you can't clean up the mess. The clouds and fog were so heavy that one only knew that they were in the mountains. What it was referring to was the Cloudheart Mountain Range. Cloudheart Mountain Range was an extremely huge mountain range around the Heavenspan Mountain, heaven and earth spiritual energy extremely abundant. The entrance of the Cloudheart realm was in the area where Cloudheart Mountain Range's spiritual energy was the thickest. Normally, no one would come here. This place was the Medicine Ancestors' Bodhidharma. No one dared to profane the Medicine Ancestors' invincible might. But now, Cloudheart Mountain Range was crowded with people. Many powerhouses were flying towards the depths of the mountain one after another. TSK, the Medicine Ancestor occupies this level of Spirit Mountain and Great River, truly remarkable. If not for following you, this Emperor wouldn't dare approach this place too. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright said with vicissitudes of emotion. Thinking of how he was 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor, he was also an apex existence in the Heavenspan world. But Cloudheart Mountain, this sort of place, he would never have dared to come. Cloudheart Realm's background was far deeper than the Priest Temple. This place had powerhouses as plentiful as clouds. Even Deva Realm's superpowerhouses also did not dare to act wildly here, let alone Heavenly Emperor Just Bright, an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Sensing the oppressive spiritual energy, Yi Yuan nodded and said, This place is close to the Heavenspan Mountain, it's likely one of the Bodhidharmas with the richest spiritual energy. With the Medicine Ancestor's ability, he can live up to this place. Although very disdainful toward the Medicine Ancestor's character, Yi Yuan did not have any doubts about his strength at all. What a pretty beauty! A young man next to him suddenly stopped, eyes staring right at Bailey Qingyan, with a lecherous look. Behind the youth, an old man with a white beard and hair followed. The old man's body emitted powerful undulations. He was clearly not mediocre. Bailey Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly, but did not pay attention to that young man. Yi Yuan, let's go, Bailey Qingyan said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was just about to continue ahead, but that youth's figure moved, blocking the few people's path. Hoo-hoo, what a feisty beauty! This young master, I like it. Beautiful lady, I am the most outstanding 7-star alchemy God of the Purple Azure Realm's Ling family, Ling Tianhao. In the future, I'll be entering the Medicine Ancestors' tutelage. If you follow me, you'll have endless glory and wealth. Ling Tianhao said these words very confidently. He felt that as long as he brought out the Ling family's name, Bailey Qingyan would definitely be moved. Purple Azure Realm's Ling family. Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyan did not have much reaction, but Heavenly Emperor Just Bright got a shock, a look of dread on his face. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's reaction, Ling Tianhao's face was even more proud of himself. Why? Is the Purple Azure Realm's Ling family very famous? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright nodded slightly and said, The Purple Azure Realm is an alchemy ancient family with an extremely distant legacy, its background extremely deep. The Ling family's ancestor himself is a peak ancestor realm alchemy master. The Ling family's Ling Tianqi even went under the medicine ancestor's eldest disciple's tutelage, and is the medicine ancestor's grand pupil. Heavenly Emperor Just Bright had lived for a long time and knew about these reclusive families of the heaven-span world like the back of his hand. Moreover, this Ling family was an extremely formidable alchemy ancient family in the first place. Hearing Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's words, Lung Tianhao said smugly, Lung Tianqi is precisely my elder brother. Yi Yuan gave an O and did not express much. Little beauty, there's no future following this kind of poor and pedantic boy. Following me, not only can you enjoy wealth and glory, reaching peak Heavenly Emperor in the future is nothing difficult too. How about it, consider it. As Lung Tianhao said, he actually reached his hand out to grab at Bailey Qingyan in front of Yi Yuan and Heavenly Emperor Just Bright's faces. Bailey Qingyan's gaze turned cold, figure flaccid. Hi+ing, avoiding this touch. Lung Tianhao did not care in the slightest and said smilingly, Little beauty is shy. Relax, big brother will dote on you well in the future. A surge of killing intent welled up from Bailey Qingyan's body, and she said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, I want to kill people. Yi Yuan said coolly, Kill for what? A guy whose head is swimming with sperm, castrate him. Bailey Qingyan smiled sweetly and said, Good idea. These two people chatted as if there was no one else around, but the old man opposite became alert. A powerful and unmatched aura suddenly released, enveloping the three people. A cold light flashed. Bailey Qingyan's sword was inconceivably fast. However, the old man opposite was an eighth firmament Heavenly Emperor supreme powerhouse. How could he give Bailey Qingyan the chance to draw her sword? Immobilize. However, before he even made a move, Yi Yuan opened his mouth calmly. A terrifying wave of heavenly Dao law suddenly descended, restraining the old man. An eighth firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, Yi Yuan was unable to restrain him for too long. It was just for a moment in time. But just this moment was sufficient. Ah! An Astonies. Hi+ing cry reverberated throughout the clouds. Ling Tianhao clutched his lower body in pain. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he said with a furious roar, You guys dare to cripple young master? This emperor will make you pay with your lives. Done talking, a terrifying aura erupted once more. The old man rushed toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a figure interjected in the middle of both parties, blocking the old man's path. The arrival was a middle-aged in azure robes, his aura extremely strong, even above the old man. He looked at the old man and said in a cold voice, Those who attack within the Cloudheart mountain range, kill without mercy. Before the old man spoke yet, they heard Ling Tianhao's pig-slaughter-like voice sound out. He said, It was them who made a move first. Taoist brother Azure Feather, I'm Lung Tianqi's younger brother. You have to uphold justice for me. When he was talking, cold sweat poured profusely. Clearly, he was in immense pain. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather turned to look at Yuan and said in a cold voice, It's forbidden to take action on Cloudheart mountain range. Didn't your family's grown-ups teach you before coming? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, With your shrewdness, can't you tell what's going on? Questioning me like this, is it that you think I'm easy to bully? Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather was sent to patrol the mountains. He was naturally a character adept at dealing with people. He came over and took a look, and he immediately understood what was going on. It was just that Lung Tianhao mentioned his family, and that was his own people. He naturally had to side with Lung Tianhao. But he never thought that Yi Yuan actually laid bare the truth with a single comment. This boy was clearly very young. Why would he have such meticulous thoughts? No matter how glib your tongue is, you attacking is real. Could it be that this emperor can't deal with you? This emperor gives you a chance. Cripple your own divine sea, and I can spare you from death. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather stood with his hands behind his back as he said coolly. He knew most of the Heavenspan world's various major families' alchemy expert. But regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or Heavenly Emperor Just Bright, both looked very unfamiliar to him. So he determined that Yi Yuan was merely a small faction's genius, that was all. His Cloudheart realm could afford to offend. Ha! Cloudheart realm's people are truly awe-inspiring. It's just that if you flaunt your power in front of me, I'm afraid that you can't clean up the mess in a while. In a while, you'll probably be kneeling in front of me and apologizing, Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather was tickled the moment he heard and laughed in spite of himself and said, "Snotty brat, probably never seen the world before, right? There have only ever been others apologizing to Cloudheart Realms people. Cloudheart Realms people will never apologize to outsiders. Just the likes of you also want to make this emperor apologize? Now, this emperor gives you 3 breaths of time. If you don't take action, this emperor will do it. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 2288. Kneel and Apologize. Chapter 2288. Kneel and Apologize. Looks like this emperor still has to do it. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not take any action, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather calmly pointed a finger out and was about to eradicate Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan and casually waved his hand. Extinguish. Plusing this attack. Seeing the arrival, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's pupils constricted, and he said with a bow, "Lord Zijin." Zijin ignored him. He turned around and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan, saying, "Medicine Ancestor's disciple, Zijin, offers greetings to Second Sage." Hearing the name Second Sage, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's expression changed wildly. Who in the world did not know him? This alchemy world's upstart, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather had long heard of his name like a thunderclap piercing the ear. But he had not seen Yi Yuan before. A chill ran down Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's back. Only then did he know that he caused huge trouble. The commotion at this side was blown up very big and already attracted quite a number of powerhouses to stop and watch. Hearing Zijin's words, everyone looked toward Yi Yuan, extremely surprised. He's the legendary Second Sage? I really couldn't tell. So young and he's actually already so impressive. I heard that Second Sage's alchemy strength can already rival peak 8-star alchemy gods. Wonder if it's true or fake. TSK, Lord Azure Feather was too much just now. This matter probably can't be settled. The name of Second Sage had long already been resounding like the roar of thunder in the alchemy world. It was just that the people who had seen Yi Yuan before could be counted with one's fingers. Yi Yuan said coolly, your Cloudheart Realm's way of hospitality, this Yi is considered to have experienced it. Zijin's gaze flickered slightly and he said in a solemn voice, Azure Feather, why haven't you come over and apologized to Lord Second Sage? Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather could only toughen his scalp and come over. Giving a bow toward Yi Yuan, he said, Azure Feather didn't know that Second Sage has arrived, resulting in offending Second Sage. Please pardon my offense. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, Brother Azure Feather, what did you say just now? This Yi didn't hear clearly. Can you repeat it again? Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Yuan's warning was still ringing in his ears. Just now, he still did not feel anything. But currently, his face felt burning hot, like he had been slapped twice. Of course, these 2 slaps were dealt by himself. He postured too much earlier. Just finished saying that Cloudheart Realm's people would never apologize to outsiders. In a blink, he slapped his own face. Azure Feather had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that Second Sage can calm your anger. Azure Feather was helpless and could only apologize once again. Yi Yuan said coolly, if you don't deal with affairs fairly and show off your power, forget it. But just now, you had killing intent toward this Yi. You wouldn't think that this will slide with such a light and floaty sentence, right? Azure Feather's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Lord Second Sage, this Emperor is at any rate Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor too. You don't need to be so persistent, right? Don't be too ruthless, so that we can meet on good terms in the future. A Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor naturally had the pride of a Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor. This level of a powerhouse was already standing at the summit of the heaven-span world. Deva realm powerhouses mostly remained reclusive, very rarely did anyone show their face. And Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperors could be said to be existences that rule a region of the world. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather knew that Yi Yuan's status was extraordinary, but he was only a little guy who just entered Heavenly Emperor after all. Him apologizing to Yi Yuan was already giving adequate face. He was actually still not satisfied. Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Zi Jin and said with a smile, Brother Zi Jin, what do you say? Zi Jin's expression was also ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had not entered Cloudheart realm yet, and both sides already fell out so badly. To be honest, he also did not know why Master regarded Yi Yuan so highly. But Master gave the instructions, to have him make sure to settle Yi Yuan down well. In contrast, Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather's face was nothing. Azure Feather, kneel down, Zi Jin suddenly said in a solemn voice. Azure Feather's expression changed drastically and he said, Lord Zi Jin. Kneel. Apologize. Zi Jin's tone became unprecedentedly harsh. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather had a look of unwillingness on his face. Looking at Yi Yuan fiercely, he wished to kill him. But, under Zi Jin's powerful pressure, he could only grit his teeth and kneel. Following Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather kneeling down in the air, a series of exclamations came from the sides. A Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor actually knelt down toward someone. This level of existence had always been high and mighty in their eyes, akin to Gods. But now a God-like existence in their eyes actually knelt down. If Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather knelt to a Deva realm, they would not be so surprised too. But, the target of his kneeling was merely a little guy who had just entered Heavenly Emperor. No matter if Yi Yuan was the second sage, he was too young after all. Not everyone had the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest's level of judgment, being able to discern Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. In the hearts of the vast majority of the people, Yi Yuan was merely just a genius. That was all. A genius and a powerhouse were two totally different concepts. A powerhouse, that was a leviathan who truly commanded a region. His every movement and action could affect the direction of the heaven-span world. While a genius only had the potential of becoming a powerhouse. Before growing up, geniuses were merely just geniuses too. But such a person actually pressured a Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor into kneeling and apologizing. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather and said coolly, Looks like Brother Azure Feather is very unconvinced. Azure Feather glared at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, Today's matter, Azure Feather has noted it down. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Are you very confused? Doesn't matter, you'll understand very soon. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned to Zi Jin and said, Brother Zi Jin, how to deal with those two? Over there, Lung Tianhao was long already frightened silly, even forgetting his pain. Who was he posturing in front of just now? Second Sage. His big brother, Lung Tianqi, was indeed formidable, but he was also merely the medicine ancestor's grand pupil. While Second Sage was in existence on equal footing as the sacred ancestor high priest. Even his big brother's master was a junior in front of Yi Yuan too. He actually said to Bailey Qinyan just now that there was no future in following this boy. Zi Jin gave Ling Tianhao a glance and said coolly, Cut off both hands and punish him by confining him back in the clan for 5,000 years. Wonder if Second Sage is still satisfied with this punishment? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Can? Whose? H. Plus a cold light flashed, Lung Tianhao's 2 hands were severed at the wrist. Ah! My hands! Lung Tianhao screamed miserably. With Zijin taking action, the wounds carried the power of Source. Wanting to regrow a pair of hands was probably not so easy. An alchemist losing both hands was tantamount to cutting off all of his future. This punishment could not be said to not be heavy. Bring him back and confine for 5,000 years. If anyone in the Lung family is unconvinced, say that this is my verdict. Zijin looked at the old man and said coolly. His level of status and strength, a single word was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. He said to confine for 5,000 years, the Lung family absolutely would not dare to let him out at 4,999 years. The Ling family's ancestor's strength was strong, but in front of the medicine ancestor, he was nothing. Furthermore, legends had it that the Ling family's ancestor was originally a nominal disciple of the medicine ancestor. Regarding Zijin's words, the Ling family absolutely would not dare to defy. Everyone was extremely puzzled when they saw this scene. They did not understand why Lord Zijin would be so respectful toward Second Sage. The old man's expression changed several times. But in the end, he still brought away Ling Tianhao, who was wailing in pain, and left. Chapter 2289. Boiling Water, Brewing Tea. Chapter 2289. Boiling Water, Brewing Tea. Lord Zijin, I'm unconvinced. An exalted ninth firmament heaven-span world actually knelt down and apologized to a brat who's still wet behind his ears. After today, I, heaven-span world Azure Feather, will probably become the laughingstock of the entire heaven-span world. Settling Yi Yuan down well, Azure Feather went to find Zijin and strongly expressed his indignation. The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference, this kind of grand occasion, it was hard to come by once in a million years too. The various regions' powerhouses present at that time were not in the minority. This matter could not be hidden at all. The moment Azure Feather dropped to his knees, what dropped was his dignity as a ninth firmament heavenly emperor. How could he endure it? Zijin gave him a glance and said with a sigh, I'm sorry. Actually, I really don't understand it either. But this was instructed by Master. I had no choice but to do it like this. Azure Feather's face changed, and he said in confusion, the priest temple might be sitting high up in a leading position in the eyes of others. But in the eyes of our Cloud Heart realm, what do they count for? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Zijin said, Master naturally has his own reasons for doing things. So it's not up to us to question it. If you want to blame that you shouldn't have offended him. No matter what, for him to be able to be valued highly by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, he naturally has his saving graces. Azure Feather's expression flickered incessantly and he gritted his teeth and said, I can't swallow this grievance. If I get the chance, I definitely won't let him off. Zijin said coolly, you don't have to worry about this. The alchemy geniuses that came to Cloud Heart realm this time are plentiful like oxen hair. Among them, there is no shortage of existences whose talent won't lose to him. He's occupying a high position. So he'll naturally become the common target for public scorn. You just have to wait and watch a good show. Azure Feather's eyes lit up. His mood immediately improved by a lot. Yeah, so what if Second Sage? The Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time gathered the top-notch alchemy geniuses of the heaven-span world. Some of their backgrounds were not even worse than Sacred Ancestor High Priests. How could their disciples be amateurs? If Yi Yuan was Sacred Ancestor High Priest's disciple, then forget it. But he was Second Sage. Those geniuses were a generation lower than Yi Yuan for no reason. How could they endure this kind of insult? Zijin gave him a glance and said, Didn't Yi Yuan cripple Ling Tianqi's younger brother? He should currently be simmering with rage. You go and find him. Have him incite some genius disciples. There will naturally be someone who goes and find trouble with Yi Yuan. As long as our people don't provoke him, I believe that Master shouldn't say anything. The moment Azure Feather heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Why didn't I think of that?" It's still Lord Zjin who's impressive, rousing the dreamer from his sleep with one word. Whatever dog farts second sage, I'll definitely make him reveal his true colors. At this time, Yi Yuan arrived at Cloudheart Realm's Feather Mountain. This place was the place where Sacred Ancestor High Priest was staying. Second Sage, GMO said with a respectful bow. Now, GMO already treated Yi Yuan as his teacher. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Lead the way then." "Please." GMO turned around and led the way, entering a large hall. The hall was very empty, without even a guard. A middle-aged man in plain clothing, his face firm and determined, was seated in the middle of the hall. In front of him was a tea table. Not far from the middle-aged man, 10 unfathomable powerhouses were standing around respectfully, their attitudes very respectful. At the first sight of this middle-aged man, Yi Yuan felt that he was unfathomable. That sort of feeling was even more stately than those God statues he saw in the divine race. The middle-aged man did not speak, he was very busy. A ball of water was currently flowing in pace with his two hands. Inside the water ball, green leaves appeared indistinctly. The movements of the middle-aged man carried the thick lingering charm of great Tao. That ball of water in his hands gradually evolved to become a world. Using the method of great Tao pill refinement to boil water and brew tea, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's means were truly inconceivable. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's palm shook. That ball of water traversed through the void and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was taken aback at first, but he immediately reacted and reached his hand out to beckon, catching all of the water droplets without leaking the slightest hint. This was a medicinal pill that had yet to be perfected, it could collapse at any time. But the function of this medicinal pill was to bring out all of the medicinal effects inside the spiritual tea. Said that it was brewing tea, but in reality it was refining a pill. It was just that those able to brew tea with the method of alchemy, one probably could not find more than a few in this world. Yi Yuan understood that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was testing him. It was not easy to be the second sage. Whether or not he had the qualifications to walk into this hall and sit opposite of Sacred Ancestor High Priest, it would have to be put off until after passing this test. If he did not pass this test, Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not mind chasing him out. A lingering charm of great Tao similarly erupted on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan held the ball with both hands, a Tai Chi diagram emerged behind Yi Yuan. When Wing saw this scene, his eyes glimmered slightly, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile. At the same time, his disciples became unsettled. Although Yi Yuan this name had sounded out in their ears no idea how many times before, it was still their first time truly meeting Yi Yuan. In their hearts, they were naturally somewhat disapproving of Yi Yuan, this rising star. Even if they knew that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary person. This was human nature. Before seeing it with your own eyes, no matter how exaggerated the tale, there would always be that trace of doubt in the heart. But now, they finally understood why their master would choose Yi Yuan. Looking at the great Tao power contained in this Tai Chi diagram, they were actually unable to see through completely with their realm. The current Yi Yuan actually gave them a feeling of profoundness and mystery. That sort of feeling was like facing their own master, even though Yi Yuan's great Tao still appeared somewhat immature, being far from as vigorous and solid as their master's. But Yi Yuan had indeed already walked onto the same great Tao. Concerning this point, they were well aware in their hearts. Yi Yuan's actions possessed natural grace, akin to floating clouds and flowing water. It was natural and smooth, giving people a feeling of gladdening the mind and refreshing the spirit. Suddenly, his fingertips guided, the spiritual tea flew back with a whoosh. Wing smiled slightly and reached his hand out to catch it effortlessly. He continued refining. His refinement was steady and composed, as if the heaven-span mountain was suppressing in front, being vastly different from Yi Yuan's style. Suddenly, he shook again. The spiritual tea flew over once more. Yi Yuan caught it, refined it again, and returned it again. These two people, going back and forth, fought with great pleasure. By the side, the group of disciples was long already stunned from watching. This guy could actually catch the Ti Dao world that master refined. Too terrifying. Normally, Wing would also occasionally play this game with them. As disciples, they had followed Wing for tens of millions of years. But it was impossible to keep going. This refinement seemed simple, but actually, the more toward the back, the more complicated. Often, when they caught it at the back, it would make the entire world collapse, making the tea water all spill out. But Yi Yuan fought with Sacred Ancestor High Priest for dozens of rounds and actually did not fall into a disadvantageous situation in the slightest. No matter how Sacred Ancestor High Priest refined it, Yi Yuan could catch it and continue refining, then throw it back. Ignoring other things, just this action already Serpa said all of them. Suddenly, with Wing's fingertips guiding, the spiritual tea entered the teapot without spilling the slightest bit. Immediately, fragrance greeted the nose, suffusing the entire hall. Then, it was the entire Feather Mountain. At this time, no matter which corner of Feather Mountain, this thick tea fragrance could be smelled. Chapter 2290. First Lesson. Chapter 2290. First Lesson. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Wing clapped his hands and laughed loudly, seemingly very delighted. Clearly, he was satisfied to the extreme with Yi Yuan's performance. Wing made an inviting gesture, indicating for Yi Yuan to take a seat. This meant that Yi Yuan had the qualifications to sit and debate on Tao with him. The Ti of Second Sage also became in reality as well as in name. Senior Sacred Ancestor's strength is what broadened Junior's horizons. Yi Yuan sat down opposite Wing and said with a smile. Ever since entering the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan was virtually ever triumphant in alchemy. He had never encountered a match before. But this time, Yi Yuan knew that he really met his opponent. The Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest were the two great peaks of alchemy Tao, the apex of the world. Wanting to Serpa them was immensely difficult. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended the source of great Tao, and touched the level of Tao Pill, there was still a considerable gap compared to them. Those few moves earlier and Yi Yuan already deeply felt that might of Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It was as if what was in front of him was an insurmountable mountain. Of course, Yi Yuan was too young. Regardless of whether it was the Medicine Ancestor or Sacred Ancestor High Priest, the time that they researched on alchemy had already been too long. Wing filled Yi Yuan's cup with tea and said smilingly, "I indeed didn't misjudge. You didn't let me down. It has only been a short 2,000 years and your alchemy strength is already so terrifying, far exceeding my imagination." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, from the first time I cracked Ask Not, you knew that there would be this day, no? In alchemy, this junior is confident that I'm not inferior to anyone, even if it's you or the Medicine Ancestor." Yi Yuan had extremely strong confidence in alchemy path. This was exchanged from his trillions of tempering and tens of millions of victory. This kind of confidence was already deeply engraved in his bones, and body could shake it. But the moment these words came out, the faces of all the disciples changed. The third person among the 11 disciples said in a solemn voice, "Impudent! Even if Master conferred you the Ti Second Sage, before you reach Deva realm, you don't have the qualifications to be so unbridled in front of Master too." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "This isn't insolence, it's a hero valuing a hero. This Yi respects Senior Sacred Ancestor's breadth of spirit. So beating him is the greatest respect towards him. What he needs is not yes-men, but a powerful opponent. How can someone who behaves respectfully and is a yes-man be fit to be his opponent?" The third disciple smiled coldly and said, "Preposterous. For you to have today's accomplishments, isn't it still because Master deliberately nurturing you? But when you come before Master, you don't have the slightest grat. 1. Tude simply showing ingrat. 1. Tude for kindness." Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "You guys seem to have some sort of misinterpretation of the meaning of nurturing. That's right, I'd indeed borrowed senior sacred ancestors' power these few years. But in terms of nurturing, I'm afraid that this ye can't compare to 1/10,000th of you all, right?" When the disciples heard that, each and every one of their faces became extremely ugly. The implied meaning of these words was that you guys were too weak. You all, these disciples, which one wasn't personally groomed by sacred ancestor high priest. They enjoyed the priest temple's resources, consuming countless of them. But up until today, they did not have the qualifications to sit opposite their master too. This was the disparity between them. This ye have today's accomplishments. It wasn't by relying on anyone's nurturing, but it was exchanged for by relying on my own efforts. Relying on other people's grooming, one will never become a true powerhouse. You guys are like this, and the medicine ancestors, those disciples, are similarly like so. No doubt that walking other people's paths are shortcuts, but not being able to walk your own path, you guys can forever only stand there. But I can sit here. Apart from GMO, the other disciples' expressions changed drastically one after another. Wildly arrogant. Too wildly arrogant. This guy actually still dared to be so rampant in front of their master. Second disciple said in a solemn voice, "Master, this boy is too condescending. He doesn't show any respect for you at all. In the future, when he achieves supremacy, he'll surely be our priest temple's mortal calamity." Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not speak all along. He just drank tea quietly, allowing Yi Yuan and his disciples to cross swords with words. He put down the cup and said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha, you all are wrong. Not only will Yi Yuan not become our enemy, but he'll also become our most powerful ally instead. Or should I say, he'll forever be the priest temple's second sage." Second disciple was perplexed as he said, "Master, this is impossible. Such a conceited person, this disciple has seen before no idea how many. How can this kind of person possibly become our ally?" Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave him a glance and said, "What Yi Yuan said, each word is a gem. It's just that you all aren't able to understand, that's all. Didn't you all discover that these few days, number 7 changed a lot?" All the disciples were startled, looking toward GMO one after another. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest did not say, they really would not have noticed it. With him saying this, they noticed that it was really true. These few years, not mentioning about GMO's great improvement in strength, his entire person's temperament and aura also changed greatly. Could it be that these changes were all because of Yi Yuan? This shock was by no means insignificant. Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled and said, "Not only is Yi Yuan not disrespectful toward me, but he's actually very respectful toward me. I didn't choose him because I want him to be obsequious in front of me, but because I want him to become a true powerhouse. I want him to help me break the shackles. He doesn't owe me anything. For him to be able to have today's achievements, it was by relying on his powerful willpower and strength. From that moment he sat opposite me, our confrontation is considered to have officially begun. Every movement, every word, even action, are all a compet. 1. Tie-in between us. Since it's a compet. 1. Tie-in, then one can't lose on aura. If he's reverent and respectful in front of me, then there's no need to compete. He already lost. What Yi Yuan said is right. He can sit opposite me calmly, but you guys? Which of you can sit in front of me and regard with equanimity, drink tea calmly, and debate on Tao? The group of disciples all had ashamed looks on their faces. What their master said was right. making them sit opposite him and drink tea indifferently and calmly. None of them could do it. Even the eldest disciple, High Priest Green Nether, who followed their master the longest, could not do it too. Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled and said, "This is the first lesson that Second Sage taught you guys. Think about it properly. His appearance might be a turning point in your lives." Everyone's hearts suddenly trembled. No wonder their master brought all of them with him. At first, they even thought that it was bringing them to witness the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference. Only now did they suddenly come to realize the truth. It turned out that it was for Yi Yuan. Their master's action was well-intentioned. Sacred Ancestor High Priest poured tea for Yi Yuan and said smilingly, I naturally know that you have this potential and strength. Except, I won't lose either." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Losing and winning is very important, but it's also not important. Losing, need to see if the loss is worthwhile or not." Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and let out a sigh as he said, "You're stronger than me. This logic, I only understood it after a very, very long time. But it looks like you're already prepared." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Understanding now isn't too late either. The strong will always become braver in the face of setbacks." Chapter 2291. Sit and Debate on Tao. Chapter 2291. Sit and Debate on Tao. Yi Yuan sat and debated on Tao with Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The group of disciples by the side listened like they did not fully understand. Among them, there were some who were long already Deva Realm's supreme powerhouses and had also already reached grand completion Ancestor Realm in alchemy too. But without taking the step of refining a Tao pill, one would never be able to take part in the two people's discussion. They discovered that the things Master and Yi Yuan debated on already exceeded their understanding and reached another level. Medicinal pills were different from other cultivation practices. It was a Tao with spirit medicines as the foundation, and it needed to be expressed through specific materials. Furthermore, heaven and earth spirit medicines had different attribute. It could be said to be all-encompassing. To the vast majority of alchemists, their pill refinement all stopped on the material level. This path was especially difficult to go from the metaphysical and reach the level of Tao. Reaching this level, it was all about understanding spirit medicines at the level of Tao. The perspective was totally different. The 11 disciples' understanding was from bottom to top. But Yi Yuan's and Sacred Ancestor High Priest's understanding was from top to bottom. It was an awe-inspiring view from a high place. Even though the two of them were not truly towering at the summit, it was not a height that the average person could reach. Gradually, above Feather Mountain, Tao melody reverberated, lingering incessantly. On the entire Feather Mountain, it reverberated with the lingering charm of Tao. Even though the 11 disciples were unable to fully understand things, their strength also stood at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. This level of Tao debate naturally benefited them a lot. Ha ha! Brilliant! Truly brilliant! Yi Yuan, your view really let this emperor become enlightened at once. Wing said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Likewise, Senior Sacred Ancestor's brilliant ideas made this Yi also have a feeling of being enlightened." Suddenly, Wing reined in his expression and said seriously, "Yi Yuan, although your Tao is still very immature, it has already revealed its sharpness. As long as you keep walking all the way, you might walk even further than me and the Medicine Ancestor." With this round of Tao debate, the shock in Wing's heart could not be greater. The depths of Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao, the incisiveness of his insights, all of them were not like what a fledgling kid should have, but rather he seemed to be like an expert with deep accumulations. Even though this was also within reason, he discovered that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. Especially when Yi Yuan talked about his 60 years of Tao enlightenment, gathering the essence of a myriad alchemy Taos, making him be remolded thoroughly anew. Often, some of the insights that Yi Yuan said were all things that he had not even thought about before. At a young age, he could actually have such profound insights, it was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Foods need to be eaten bite by bite. Ever since comprehending the source of alchemy Dao, my alchemy Dao progress has evidently slowed down." The moment these words came out, the faces of each and every one of the disciples revealed strange looks. These words were too pretentious. Other people cultivating alchemy Dao, which one did not calculate in tens of thousands of years. Your 2,000 over years of Dao enlightenment already beat other people's tens of millions of years of comprehension. You were still not satisfied? The hardest thing in alchemy Dao was comprehending the power of source this step. This punk already opened the gates and actually still complained that it was too slow. Wing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "You punk, if these words are said on Feather Mountain, then it's fine. If you go outside and say it, you will probably drown in saliva." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This time, I came precisely to spar with the Heavenspan world's top powerhouses. It's just, I don't know if that person will lower himself and have a match with me, this junior." Wing smiled and said, "That will have to depend on your ability, whether or not you can force him out. But you don't look down on the heroes of the world too much either. This Heavenspan world isn't just a medicine ancestor and a sacred ancestor high priest. Although the people who comprehended alchemy Dao source are very few, it's also not like there aren't any." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Senior, rest as assured, this Yi has an idea in my heart." Wing nodded and said, "Amen, I naturally feel as assured about you. If you were short-tempered and had a personality that doesn't know the proper way to act, you also wouldn't have today." With the two people's Dao debate coming to an end, both parties benefited a lot. Yi Yuan was originally only muddle-headed about Dao pills, but Wing's Dao debate opened up another door for Yi Yuan. These things were sufficient for him to digest for some time. Finished chatting about these, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and asked curiously, "Senior, may I be so bold as to ask what's your realm?" Towards the realm division above Deva realm, Yi Yuan was not clear about it. Seeing Wing this time, he naturally had to resolve the doubts in his heart. Wing smiled and said, "This emperor has already transcended 4 blight tribulations, and is Deva 4th blight realm." Yi Yuan said in surprise, "With senior's strength, you're only Deva 4th blight?" Wing laughed in spite of himself and said, "Deva blight tribulation isn't as simple as you imagine. The further to the back, the more terrifying. Deva realm powerhouses obtain eternal life and violate heavenly Dao, resulting in heavenly Dao sending down blight tribulations. The goal is to kill martial artists. Therefore, many people can transcend the first blight tribulation, second blight tribulation, but after the third time there are very few. Even the medicine ancestor is also merely 4th blight realm, that's all." Yi Yuan's mind was in upheaval. Turns out that the existence of the blight tribulation was actually such a purpose. He had always thought that Wing and Medicine Ancestor were both Deva 5th blight supreme powerhouses. Did not expect that they were only just 4th blight. Then just how strong are Deva 5th blight powerhouses? Can they rival Dao ancestors? Yi Yuan asked. Wing shook his head and said, "Dao ancestors control the rules in a region. That's bestowed by heavenly Dao. Even after transcending Deva 5th blight, it's also impossible to be their match. Of course, among Deva 5th blights, there are still some extremely terrifying existences. Their strength might only be a hair's breadth away compared to Dao ancestors." Yi Yuan said in surprise, "There's actually still this kind of powerhouse. Does Senior know which powerhouse in the Heavenspan world has such strength?" Wing smiled and said, "This emperor knows that your relations, Hi+P with the Jian family is pretty good. The Jian family's ancestor, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, is such a terrifying existence. The present Deva 4th blight, 5th blight powerhouses, were mostly only gradually born after the Doomsday Battle. But I heard that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets is an old monster who survived from the previous epoch, his strength unfathomable. Of course, an body has seen him take action before either. As for whether or not he can really rival Tao ancestors, there's no way of knowing. Yi Yuan felt a chill as he listened to it. In his understanding, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Medicine Ancestor, and Sacred Ancestor High Priest should be existences on the same level. Who could have thought that he was actually so terrifying? Yi Yuan's heart stirred and he said, "Then, does Senior know of the existence of the divine race?" Wing nodded and said, "Heard of it, but I don't know about the details." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Then does Senior know that the new Doomsday Battle is about to arrive very soon?" The Sacred Ancestor High Priest, who had always been calm and collected, his complexion finally changed. He said in surprise, "There's actually still such a thing? How did you know?" Yi Yuan recounted the events of the Abyss World and Divine Race, making everyone present have grim expressions after listening. An invisible pressure echoed in the hall. "Senior, the Divine Race prepared for an epoch. They will surely come down on us like a ton of bricks this time. The sacrificial temple still needs to take precautions early," Yi Yuan said. Wing let out a deep sigh and said, "Doomsday Battle? Is this another samsara? No wonder I've been restless recently. It turns out that the reason is actually this." Chapter 2292 Fis.H.I plus ing. Chapter 2292 Fis. H.I plus ing. Yi Yuan stayed at Feather Mountain, going into a retreat to digest the gains of these few days. Exchanging the things he learned with a leading authority figure like Wing, he had to admit, it was a mentally and physically exhausting thing to do. Even with Yi Yuan's abilities, digesting it was absolutely not an easy thing too. After Heavenly Emperor Just Bright entered Cloudheart Realm, he brought Old Drunkard to go to Cloudheart City to collect spirit medicines. Cloudheart City was the host of the Myriad Region Alchemy Conference this time. The spirit medicines gathered were countless. Rank 8 spirit medicines were not common wares found on the street. Even in Cloudheart Realm, one could not buy it as they wished either. Furthermore, 9 refinements Cloud Heaven Pills spirit medicines also belonged to the high-end existence among rank 8 spirit medicines. Wanting to purchase them naturally needed to expend a lot of effort. Old Drunkard coming to this kind of sacred place, he naturally wanted to experience it. Hence, he went with Just Bright. Half a month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion and had an even deeper comprehension of Great Tao Source. However, there were many things comprehended this time that were too profound. Yi Yuan was also unable to fully understand them for the time being and could only save it for later to slowly digest. The Tao debate this time also let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, these existences' strength. Their strength in alchemy indeed made people feel like they were beholding a great mountain. Yi Yuan, Senior Just Bright and Old Drunkard have already been gone for more than a month, and haven't returned until now. Something wouldn't have happened, right? Bailey Qinyan said worriedly. Yi Yuan had a strange look and said, "Haven't come back until now? Something might have really happened. But you rest assured, they know that Just Bright and Old Drunkard are my people. So they won't harm their lives." The voice had yet to fade when a voice sounded out outside. "Great Melancholy Realms Long Winter requests an audience with Second Sage." Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "You see, didn't it come? Reckon that somebody can't stand the loneliness, and wants to challenge me." Bailey Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered, the pride in her heart rising. This was the man that she fancied, a man who was already standing on the summit of this heaven-span world. When Heavenly Emperor Longwinter saw Yi Yuan, he felt surprised in his heart. He did not expect that the second sage, whose fame shook the alchemy world, was actually so young. But very soon, his heart settled down. Such a young little fellow, How could he possibly be his young master's match? It seemed like the outside world's rumors about how the second sage was were mostly biased. Thinking up to here, his awe toward second sage this Tley immediately lessened significantly. Finding me for? Yi Yuan said coolly. Longwinter stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, Longwinter is pause. Sing on a message on behalf of young master. My family's young master is great melancholy realm's heavenly emperor Yi Xian's disciple, Zhao Zishuan. I believe second sage must have heard of him. Yi Yuan said puzzledly, very sorry, I really never heard of him before. Is great melancholy realm's heavenly emperor Yi Xian very famous? Longwinter was stunned. He then immediately became greatly enraged and said in a solemn voice, Our great melancholy realm is the heaven-span world's alchemy holy land that ranks at the top of the list, and yet you actually pretend that you haven't heard of it? With what you said, this emperor can take it that you're provoking the great melancholy realm. Yi Yuan spread his two hands out and said speechlessly, Never heard before means never heard before. You can't have me pretend to have heard of it, right? He really never heard of great melancholy realm before. Even Cloudheart realm, he only heard of it recently too. As for whatever heavenly emperor Yi Xian, he naturally had not heard of him before. Ever since entering the heavenspan world, Yi Yuan's understanding of the alchemy world was limited to the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest. He really never paid much attention to other alchemy holy land. Heavenly Emperor Longwinter said in a great rage, Very good. Second sage's words, Longwinter will definitely bring it and let Lord Yi Xian know. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, Up to you. So you're here finding me for? Longwinter said with a gloomy look, Second sage's two followers be, you. Ped into my family's young master in the city and have already been detained by us. If second sage wishes to redeem them, please personally make a trip to Cloudheart City. Longwinter originally thought that Yi Yuan would be furious after hearing it and accuse him. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan just nonchalantly gave an "oh," and he then said, Let's go then. Finished talking, he already went out of the door. Longwinter discovered that it turned out the whole lot of excuses that he prepared were completely useless. Yi Yuan was after all the sacrificial temple's second sage, his status being equivalent to the various holy lands' number 2 figure. He was extraordinary. If they wanted to find trouble with Yi Yuan, they naturally had to do their homework. But who knew that this guy did not play his cards according to the normal style at all, making him have a feeling of punching on empty S.P.A.C. Longwinter only came back to his senses after a while and hurriedly followed after. Blind thing. Our spirit medicines you also dare to S.N.A.T.C.H. them? Beat viciously for me. Lowly lackey, not hitting you, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhao Zishuan said viscously. By the side, a handsome young man said, Hoo, brother Zishuan, what are you being angry with two lowly lackeys for? After their master comes, let's seek out justice again. Another young man said, Really didn't expect that second sage's fame is so great, but he actually can't manage his subordinates. What a disgrace. In the busy city, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright and Old Drunkard were hung upside down on a stand, their bodies full of whip marks, looking very wretched. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. These two people's lives were naturally unharmed, but doing so was clearly humiliating him, slapping his face. Although Heavenly Emperor Just Bright was powerful, how could great melancholy realm, this sort of top holy land, lack ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses? Heavenly Emperor Longwinter himself was a ninth firmament Heavenly Emperor mighty expert. Longwinter came before Zhao Zishuan and said with a bow, Young master, second sage is here. The few young men looked towards Yi Yuan one after another. Seeing Yi Yuan's young face, they felt contempt in their hearts. This is the famous second sage? Ho, these two subordinates of yours are too unruly, the heavenly sunflower that this young master took fancy on, they actually dared to S-N-A-T-C-H. This young master didn't give, and they actually even dared to insult me with words. No choice. This young master can only help you to discipline them. Zhao Zishuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a chuckle. When Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw Yi Yuan, he had an abashed look. The heavenly sunflower was a core ingredient of the 9 refinements Cloud Heaven pill. He walked all over Cloudheart City and finally found it in a medicinal store. But as soon as he went in, the heavenly sunflower just happened to be bought by Zhao Zishuan and company. He was anxious in his heart and hurriedly found Zhao Zishuan and company, wanting to buy it over. Zhao Zishuan and company were very disdainful toward Heavenly Emperor Just Bright with their words. The intent of provocation was very thick. However, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright saw that Zhao Zishuan and company were not strong. Plus, the clothes they were wearing were not overly garish, hence, he underestimated them. With a few exchanges, Heavenly Emperor Just Bright suddenly became greatly enraged and was about to take care of Zhao Zishuan. Few people who knew that at this time several formidable powerhouses suddenly jumped out, restraining him all at once. Only then did Zhao Zishuan and the rest reveal their ident. 1. Ties, scaring Heavenly Emperor Just Bright out of his wits. Each one of these few people actually all had great backgrounds. They were the Heavenspan world's top alchemy Holy Land's disciples. No matter how stupid he was, he also understood. He was fished. These few fellows pretended to be a pig in order to eat a tiger, intentionally baiting him. No wonder he traveled all over Cloudheart City and still could not purchase the heavenly sunflower. Chapter 2293. Start Your Performance. Chapter 2293. Start Your Performance. He's the legendary second sage? Looks very ordinary. Yeah, he's so young, how strong can he be? Looks like the name falls short of reality. Second sage might only be highly talented. That's why he's valued by sacred ancestor high priest. Yi Yuan's fame had long already been resounding like the roar of thunder in the alchemy world. Everyone's expectations of him were too high. As the saying went, to know a man by reputation is not as good as meeting him face to face. The feeling that Yi Yuan's appearance gave people was that it could not be trusted. Even a peerless genius like Zhao Zishuan also had more than 100,000 years spent on cultivating alchemy. An alchemy genius at Zhao Zishuan's age, it was originally impossible to acknowledge Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian as master. These alchemy holy lands have long already had disciples spread like branches and leaves, with students all over the world. Heavenly Emperor Yi Xian made an exception to take Zhao Zishuan in as a disciple. It could be seen how terrifying his alchemy talent was. As for the few people by the side, their talent and strength were all not inferior to Zhao Zishuan. In contrast, Yi Yuan was weak to the max at first glance. Wonder if Lord Second Sage should give us an explanation or not? Zhao Zishuan said smugly. He had reason on his side. Furthermore, his background was deep. So he was not afraid of Yi Yuan finding fault. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "So what if my Yi Yuan's followers insulted you? So what if they S.N.A.T.C. head your spirit medicines? They have this qualification. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Arrogant. Overbearing. He, second sage, did not stoop to play whatever games with you at all." Zhao Zishuan and the rest were stunned when they heard that. They took the side of reason and could be said to have racked their brains in order to set this up. But who knew that Yi Yuan did not capitulate at all, not playing cards according to the rules? Zhao Zishuan sneered and said, "Ho, if Second Sage really has the strength of Second Sage, there's naturally no one who dares to refute this. But do you have this strength? Without this strength, you want to use your status to suppress us? I'm very sorry. The few of our ident 1. Ties are not what you can intimidate nearly either. The few people all had scornful looks on their faces. A brat still wet behind his ears also dares to put on airs in front of them. Was second sage very impressive? Going to make you lose all standing and reputation today. Yi Yuan smiled and said, didn't they come up with so many tricks in order to force me to take action? As you guys Wisconsin H. Plus, Zhao Zishuan and the rest were overjoyed. This punk delivered himself to the doorstep. Then it could not be blamed on them anymore. The few of them were all major Holy Land's direct lineage disciples, with their statuses being extraordinary. The Tli of second sage could intimidate others, but it really could not scare them. Heh, this is what second sage yourself said. Zhao Zishuan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said coolly, against you, these juniors, originally, this sage was disdainful to take action. But not beating the few of your little fellows into submission, probably can't avoid there being some people who have devious thoughts. Since that's the case, I'll make the few of you the first target. Everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Juniors? Little fellows? This tone behaved like such a senior. Bearing the Tli of second sage, he did not even know what his surname was anymore? Zhao Zishuan sneered when he heard that and said, is that so? Then today, the few of us will witness second sage's strength. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, my strength? Just the likes of you can't see it yet. Your family's ancestor coming out is more like it. Ignorant. Wildly arrogant. Don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The people were enraged when they heard that. Yi Yuan's words were putting himself onto the position of the heaven-span world's pinnacle-most alchemist. This guy was also too shameless. It seemed like after receiving the Tli of second sage, he really became unbelievably inflated. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, oh right. If I win, let the two of them go and apologize to them, and then hand the spirit medicine to them. Otherwise, this ye will go and ask medicine ancestor for an explanation. Zhao Zishuan had a disdainful look as he said, fine. If you win against us, what's the harm in apologizing? It's just that I'm afraid that your reputation will be destroyed today. You even want to find the medicine ancestor to ask for an explanation. I'm afraid that you won't have the face to meet him. You're looking down on the heroes of the world too much. The few of us have followed our masters for many years and already acquired much of their true legacy. Just you wait to lose. Yi Yuan did not express any opinion and said coolly, no need to make it so complicated. You guys set up the question. Each person refine a medicinal pill that they are best at. If I were to lose to any of you, it's considered my loss. Yi Yuan did not take these few guys seriously at all. Too weak. It was just that these words sounded too conceited to others. Every one of them who was present was a rising star of the alchemy world. They were existences that would shock the world in the future. And nobody dared to deny their talent. Furthermore, the domain that each of them was adept at was different. Even if it was an ordinary alchemy major power, they also did not dare to say such words. After all, those major powers were formidable but had their own shortcomings too. These shortcomings were not considered shortcomings in front of some people. But in front of someone like Zhao Zishuan, it would be magnified infinitely. When Zhao Zishuan heard that, he smiled coldly and said, this is what you said. Yi Yuan said impatiently, start your performance then. Bang. The few people took out medicinal cauldrons from their storage rings and actually started refining pills on the street. That's Xianyuan cauldron. There's also brutal wind cauldron, cloud mist cauldron. My God, these are all renowned peak heavenly emperor spirit treasures. These heavenly emperor spirit treasures were medicinal cauldrons that heavenly emperor Yi Xian they all used back then before they became famous. I didn't expect that they were said to them. With these precious cauldrons, the quality of the medicinal pills will definitely go up another level. Heh, I want to see how second sage cleans up the mess. These few disciples had clearly obtained their elders' showing of favor, bestowing upon them precious cauldrons that made a name for themselves back then. With these precious cauldrons, their strength would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. At this time, there were already quite a number of people waiting to watch the joke. Second sage might be very talented, but he was too haughty. These young masters present were not ordinary people. Zhao Zishuan and the rest discussed for a bit, the corners of each and every one of their mouths revealed a smug look. When everyone saw this scene, they palpated with fear and anxiety. These guys were definitely going to pose difficult problems to Yi Yuan. Second sage, the medicinal pill that I'm refining is the 7 treasures blood congealing pill. Watch closely. Zhao Zishuan gave a cold laugh, sending one spirit medicine after another into the medicinal cauldron. Another said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, Second sage, what I'm refining is the 9 apertures heavenly dust pill, watch closely. Second sage, what I'm refining is the Jing-E imperial extreme pill. Zhao Zishuan this side had a total of 5 people. Each time they reported the name of a medicinal pill, the faces of the people at the sides became a little more shocked. These medicinal pills were too obscure. Not only were they obscure, but the refining difficulty was also very high. 5 types of medicinal pills could be said to be 5 extremes. It was simply impossible for ordinary alchemists to be adept at these 5 kinds of medicinal pills at the same time. Even if Yi Yuan could refine them, it was also impossible for the quality of the medicinal pills to surpass these 5 people at the same time. Heh, this is fun now. This is the price of looking down on Alchemy Holy Land's direct lineage disciples. The price is losing all standing and reputation. No matter what, Second Sage also won't dare to accept this kind of challenge. This is equivalent to looking for abuse. Everyone around shook their heads one after another. Chapter 2294. Looking at what? Chapter 2294. Looking at what? Zhao Zishuan 5 people were well deserving of being the disciples of Ancestor CLA's powerhouses. The moment they made their moves, the momentum was Astoni's. HI+ing. 5 powerful auras billowed to the sky, attracting more and more people to surround and watch, cries of exclamations lingering in the ears incessantly. These 5 people were all extraordinary, but their refining methods were quite different. What they were refining represented 5 extremes, just like the 5 vertices of a pentagon. Unless your alchemy strength was balanced to the extreme, otherwise wanting to win the 5 people at the same time was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Alchemy techniques were eternally changing, but those that could attain the level of an ancestor, which one did not go through endless tempering. Their unique techniques all had extremely unique aspect. Even if Zhao Zishuan and the rest only learned 1,000th of it, it was also sufficient to sweep across a region. Moreover, these 5 people each had their own strength. The medicinal pills that they refined were all fields that they were proficient in. Furthermore, it was very obscure. The 5 of them had clearly already discussed it. It was to Embark Yi Yuan. In terms of seniority, they were all a generation younger than Yi Yuan. Doing so, no one dared to criticize or comment. A powerhouse like Zhao Zishuan normally rarely took action. The moment he made his move at this time, he immediately overawed others by a show of strength, arousing a wave of exclamations. Quite a few people all cast sympathetic gazes toward Yi Yuan, thinking that he was screwed for sure this time. I originally thought that for Second Sage to be able to be valued by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, he must have aspects that surpass others. But I didn't expect that he's an egomaniac. Being able to be taken in as a disciple by someone of an Ancestor CLA's, which one could be an ordinary person. This Second Sage underestimated the enemy too much. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest was to lose, what he loses won't just be his own face. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's face will also be slapped resoundingly. In the crowd, two figures exchanged a glance and smiled. These two people were precisely Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather and Lung Tianhao's elder brother, Lung Tianqi. Zhao Zishuan and the rest were instigated precisely by Lung Tianqi. Although Lung Tianqi was the Medicine Ancestor's grand pupil, actually, the Medicine Ancestor's seniority was half a generation above even the various major ancestors. Hence, even though Lung Tianqi had a lower level of seniority, his friends, Hi+P with Zhao Zishuan and the rest was still pretty good. After all, who did not wish to curry favor with the Medicine Ancestor's lineage? He could not personally take action, and could only borrow the hands of Zhao Zishuan and the rest to deal with Yi Yuan. It was just that he also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually fell for it just like this, coming up with such a way to compete in alchemy. It was really own self looking for abuse. Hoo-hoo, this emperor wants to see how the exalted second sage steps down from the stage this time. Heavenly Emperor Azure Feather said with a cold laugh. Humph. If not for Master not letting me take action, I'd be able to waste him by myself. Just a little B.A.S.T.A.R.D. who's still wet behind his ears. Does he really take himself to be someone important? Lung Tianqi said disdainfully. The Medicine Ancestors' lineage had always regarded themselves highly. Whatever second sage was nothing in Lung Tianqi's eyes at all. If it was some reclusive elder, then forget it. Yet Yi Yuan was a snotty brat. Why would he take him seriously? The heaven-span world's so-called alchemy geniuses were practically all gathered here. Even if this second sage was very formidable, how heaven-defying could he be? However, Zhao Zishuan and the others, their strengths are really strong enough. It's probably not beneath yours already. Azure Feather praised. Lung Tianqi nodded and said, the five of them are all geniuses that are hard to come across in a million years. In terms of talent, they are absolutely not beneath those few disciples of Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Even I also don't dare to say that I can definitely win, and yet this punk really dares to be careless. But like this is good as well. Finally I vented this frustration for little Hao. After this punk loses all standing and reputation, I'll slowly deal with him. Azure Feather's eyes were full of hatred and he said, the humiliation of kneeling, this emperor will definitely make him pay a hemorrhaging price. 5 days Pa-S said in a twinkle, this alchemy battle attracted more and more people's attention. There were even some Deva realm powerhouses who joined in too. The refinement of Zhao Zishuan and the rest already came to an end as well. Condense. Zhao Zishuan gave a cold cry. The light faded. A rank 8 divine pill was fresh out of the furnace. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, Zhao Zishuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile on his face, how is it, second sage? A void spirit 7 treasures blood congealing pill can still enter your arcane sights, right? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Amen, it's barely considered enough to enter my sights. This Zhao Zishuan's strength was indeed considered very good among the young generation already. Among the so-called alchemy geniuses that Yi Yuan had encountered, he was indeed ridiculously formidable. It was just a pity that his opponent was Yi Yuan. With regards to Yi Yuan's words, everyone naturally thought otherwise, thinking that he was puffing himself up at his own cost. The 7 treasures blood congealing pill was a rank 8 divine pill. Furthermore, it belonged to an aberrant CLA.S among rank 8 divine pills and was extremely hard to refine. For Zhao Zishuan to be able to refine a void spirit 7 treasures blood congealing pill, it was sufficient to see how powerful his strength was. One had to know, for ordinary 8-star alchemy gods to be able to refine high-grade or superior-grade medicinal pills, it was already very impressive. Not only Zhao Zishuan refined divine grade, but he also even refined a void spirit divine pill. This level was far from what ordinary 8-star alchemy gods could compare to. His refinement already exceeded everyone's imagination. The moment these words came out, it immediately caused a great sensation, cries of exclamations rising and ebbing like wave. In the crowd, a middle-aged man called out, "Master Zishuan, I wonder if you're selling this 7 treasures blood congealing pill or not. I'm 7-star establishment's Mu Taixing. I'm willing to buy this medicinal pill with 1 billion superior grade divine essence stones." Another person said in a clear voice, 1 billion and you want to buy a void spirit's 7 treasures blood congealing pill? Master Zishuan, Bright Mirror Pavilion's Fong Tianren, offers 2 billion. I'll offer 5 billion. Mu Taixing did not back down in the slightest. I'll offer 3 billion. Fong Tianren said again. You! Mu Taixing's expression choked up. He could not quite bear this price anymore. While Fong Tianren had a proud look on his face. Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses had their own circles. Rank 8 divine pills basically would not circulate in the secular world. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was formidable, but he was just dealing in the business of mortals. But Mu Taixing and Fong Tianren, those two were truly major powers of a region, powerhouses who did the business of heavenly emperors. Zhao Zishuan maintained his composure, watching the two people vie with each other. Only at this time did he smile and say, "Are the two of you not going to wait? There's still a second sage here. Since he has the title of second sage, I believe that the grade he refined should be higher than mine." Fong Tianren gave Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "Just based on him? His hair isn't even fully grown yet. Even if he is a Stonies plus ingly talented, it's also impossible to refine such high-quality medicinal pills. Second sage? Really makes people laugh their heads off." Yuan also gave him a glance, remembering this person. He had no intentions of finding trouble with anyone, but this kind of idiot was naturally added to the blacklist by him. Looking at what? Not convinced? If even a snotty brat like you can become second sage, then wouldn't Master Zishuan become a saint? In order to obtain the medicinal pill, Fong Tianren also went all out, directly stepping on Yi Yuan to flatter Zhao Zishuan. Witnessing Zhao Zishuan 5 people's strength, there was already no one present who felt that Yi Yuan would win. After all, Zhao Zishuan's strength already exceeded their understanding. Sure enough, Zhao Zishuan was a real sucker for this, and said with a smile, "Pavilion Lord Fong indeed knows how to do business. After this is over, I'll sell it to you." The moment Fong Tianren heard, he could not help being overjoyed and gave thanks repeatedly. Finally, he even gave Mu Taixing a glance like putting on a show of force, being extremely proud of himself.